The government has a very clear commitment to end the feudal leasehold system within this Parliament. That requires a wider set of reforms than switching on the powers that are already on the statute book in terms of the 2024 Act. We are going to do that as well. We're doing that at pace. If you care to look at the WMS, where I set all this out in lots of detail, we remain on track for implementing our reform agenda.
Question number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government recognises the strain placed on housing revenue accounts as a result of changes in rent policy, inflationary pressures and increased costs associated with investing in existing stock. The principle of self-financing remains the right one, but we're committed to working with councils to overcome the pressures on their HRAs so they can invest in new and existing stock.
Will Still.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response. Would he join me in praising Swindon Borough Council for their fantastic vision in investing in fixing our council stock, something that the previous Conservative administration failed to do for 20 years?
Well, I certainly will do, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable friend, I must say, is a fantastic champion for council housing, and he highlights that Swindon Borough Council are putting in significant investment into their housing stock over the next 5 years. The government, as I said, recognise that councils, like other registered providers, need support to build their capacity. That's why we consulted last year on a new 5-year social housing rent settlement and have allowed councils to keep 100% of the receipts generated by right-to-buy sales. We'll set out details of further investment at the forthcoming spending review.
Speaker, in Kendal on Friday afternoon, I came across a constituent in a home housing property who had been the recipient, or rather been the victim, of a house fire several months ago. And whilst they were still living in the property had not been fully restored or fixed. I'm on the matter personally when it comes to dealing with the issue through casework, but if I share the details of this case to him, would he take a personal interest in this? And would he agree with me that it's outrageous for someone to have to live in a fire-damaged property for 5 months without living properly restored?
I thank the honourable gentleman for raising the case. It does sound outrageous. If he writes to me, I will certainly look into it further.
Matthew Patrick.
Question number 4, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'll take questions 4, 6 and 15 together. The government is committed to rejuvenating high streets by empowering local communities. Through the £1.5 billion plan for neighbourhoods, we're providing flexible funding to support our most challenged communities. We're also tackling vacancy with high street rental auctions and legislating for a new community right to buy to support community ownership.
Matthew Patrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. Heswall, in my constituency of Wirral West, is a brilliant place to live, and they deserve a thriving high street. But unfortunately, for too many years now, beloved shops have closed and decline has felt inevitable. The people in Heswall deserve better, so I appreciate the Minister's answer. Could he go further in explaining exactly how my constituents can take back control of their high street so it can thrive once again and deliver the growth and opportunities for my constituents?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for that question. This government understands the unique challenges that Heswall faces, including being a coastal community, and that's why we're driving power and funding out of Westminster to ensure that no community is left behind. Just last week, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, announced £1.6 billion in funding for the Liverpool City region, including £100 million to upgrade the bus network, which is vital for connectivity to his community. I understand that these upgrades will begin in the Wirral next year. And I would also encourage Wirral Council, as with all local authorities, to take advantage of the new powers the government has introduced to reoccupy empty shops, which is such a blight on our high streets.
Law.
Mr. Speaker, I was elected to this place on the back of a pledge to revitalise the towns in my constituency. And with the High Street in St Austell in a sorry state, I'm delighted to have been able to take the first steps towards revitalising it, ending the impasse at the site of the old General Wolfe pub, now derelict, and moving my constituency office back into town at the other end. But the fact remains that the High Street is on its knees, and many residents feel that our once great town could do so much better. So, what steps is the Minister taking to ensure that significant resources are available beyond just the plan for neighbourhoods to revitalise towns and constituencies like mine?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I can say to his constituents that he is making good on that commitment, because this is a conversation we've had on multiple occasions. As he will know, as with all future funding, the government will set out its long-term vision for local growth at the multi-year spending review. But in this year, the recently communicated UK Shared Prosperity Fund announcement included over £47 million for Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly, and that fund's mixture of revenue and capital funding can ensure that places can get going and kickstart economic growth locally, and bringing towns such as his own into play.
Jill Welsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker. In my constituency of Sherwood Forest, high streets are the beating heart of towns such as Ollerton and Hucknall. Ollerton is set to receive record funding from this Labour government, and I wish to thank the Minister for this. However, Hucknall was badly let down by the previous government with false promises of funding that quite simply did not exist. Will the Minister please meet with me to discuss how this Labour government can support the future of Hucknall, enabling it to be the glorious high street it once was?
I'm very grateful for that question. I fully share my honourable friend's anger about the unfunded commitments from the previous government to Hucknall, and I know how disappointing it's been locally. I've been pleased we've been able to reprioritise some funding within extremely tight budgets to give the support that she talks about. But as you know, I live only 2 tram stops from Hucknall, and of course I'll be very keen to pop on the tram and see her, especially if it's in the Plough. I'll be even doubly keen, but either way I'll be making sure I get to see her.
Rishi Sunak.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in 2017 I met with local parents of children with severe disabilities. A lack of suitable toilets and changing facilities made it almost impossible for their families to enjoy a day out, and I was inspired to campaign for more Changing Places toilets ever since. Now, I recently opened a Changing Places toilet just off Leyburn High Street, which will improve accessibility across Wensleydale. Will the Minister join with me in thanking everyone involved and commit to supporting more Changing Places toilets across their country so that families have both the opportunities and the dignity that they deserve?
I share the Right Honourable Gentleman's enthusiasm for Changing Places toilets, which has its roots in Nottingham, and frankly people will not be able to access the amenities on the high street if they don't feel they can leave their home and have those facilities. So of course I share his enthusiasm and I commend him and his community. He does of course sell himself slightly short, because I recall as he was a minister in this department, it was him that changed the rules and building regulations to make it easier to develop such toilets, and I know that as Chancellor he made funding available for more as well, so I'd like to recognise that since I have the opportunity to praise him and the community of Wensleydale.
Ms. Cocking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HMOs throughout Broxbourne, in particular on our high streets, are causing my constituents lots of issues. What will the Minister do to review the powers that my local councils of East Harts and Broxbourne have to stop HMOs where we don't want them?
This is a really important question, Mr. Speaker. The future mix for the high street will undoubtedly include, yes, traditional retail, but also leisure and accommodation. In fact, that footfall can be a good thing. But if it isn't well planned, if it isn't well organised, if communities aren't brought along with them, then it won't succeed. I'm conscious that we have the Planning Infrastructure Bill proceedings ahead of us today, and I'm sure the Honourable Gentleman will find that opportunity to make that case to my Honourable friend, the Planning Minister.
Dr. Elpington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2025-2026, Surrey Heath businesses will contribute more than £30 million in business rates to Surrey Heath Borough Council, but because of central government tariffing, only 2.5% of those business rates will be retained locally. And I think there's a reasonable expectation that locally raised taxes should remain local. So with local government reorganisation on its way, could the Secretary of State or the front bench team reassure Surrey Heath businesses that they might have a chance of retaining more of those business rates that should be invested back into our high street? Thank you.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman will be aware of the changes that we've made to ensure that there are discounts to that business rate for certain businesses in this year, with further commitments to come at the budget. The Honourable Gentleman makes a right point. Of course, I can't announce that outside of the budget, but we'll consider those points carefully.
General Minister David Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our high streets and small businesses have been hammered by this government with big increases in the cost of business rates and national insurance contributions. So can the Minister tell the House what measures did he and the team put forward to the Chancellor of the Exchequer to help our small businesses and high streets in the spending review?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman offers 2 opportunities for me there, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, to remind, we talk about challenges on the high street, the more than a decade worth of starved demand because of the economic policies of the party opposite and all the impacts that had. Followed by, and again, the stag do on the front bench are making their rattle as usual, but they were all present. They were all present in that disastrous fiscal event that has led to increased costs that we are still coping with now. And on the point of the spending review, the second temptation, the Honourable Gentleman gives me the opportunity to resign by trying to leak details of the spending review here first. And sadly, I will give no succour to that.
Every high street needs a Chorley market. That's the answer. Charlotte Kay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 5, please.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, the December 2021 uplift to energy efficiency standards means that most new build homes already achieve EPC ratings of A or B. As recently announced, the Government intends to introduce future standards in the autumn of this year, which will set more ambitious energy efficiency and carbon emissions requirements for new homes to ensure they are net zero ready.
Charlotte King.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer. As well as energy, water is a really important utility. In Ely and East Cambridgeshire, we suffer drought and we suffer floods. So what is the Minister doing to encourage new builds to have proper rainwater harvesting and dual piping so that we can use rainwater to flush our toilets and for other non-drinking water uses?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for raising that question. We are looking at how we might make household water use more efficient, as well as a range of other interventions in her part of the country to ensure that we're making the best use of water and that the necessary infrastructure is put in place to accommodate housing growth.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In Hartlepool, 24,000 existing homes are rated EPC D or below. That means there are too many homes where the bills are too high and the houses are too cold. What can the Minister do to accelerate the improvement of these homes to ensure warm homes for Hartlepool constituents?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. He tempts me into the responsibilities of another department, Mr Speaker, but I will get the relevant minister from the Department of Energy, Security and Net Zero to write to him and to set out what measures are being put in place as part of the Warm Homes Plan.
M. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In 2010, just 12% of homes had EPC C or above, so those homes had bills which were too high and those homes were too cold. It was 60% by 2024 when we left power. Can the Minister share with the House the ambition and give us a number for the percentage of homes that we should expect to have this basic EPCC rating by the end of this term, which I hope will be the only one the Minister has, so make a difference while he can.
Certainly not charitable, Mr Speaker. As I made clear, and I do recognise the December 2021 uplift in energy efficiency standards means that most new builds that come through achieve an EPC rating of A or B. From the top of my head, although I stand to be corrected, I think it's about 84% of new homes meet those standards. But as I said, we've announced that we want to introduce future standards in the autumn of this year, which will drive even more ambitious energy efficiency and carbon emission requirements for new homes.
Alistair Strathern.
Speaker, having long campaigned for the need for much tougher regulations for solar panels and new homes, I was delighted to hear the Government announce last Friday that we're going to be bringing forward requirements to do exactly that. This won't just boost EPC ratings, it will save new homeowners thousands of pounds in bills, all while tackling reducing energy usage. How can we make sure we move at speed so as many as possible of new homes we build over the course of this Parliament will benefit from our ambition here?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and he has been a champion, Mr Speaker, of ensuring that we get more solar panels onto new build homes and other types of building. As I said in answer to a previous question, we do want to move at pace to put future standards in place. We're looking at the autumn of this year, Mr Speaker, and that will ensure that more of the new homes coming forward meet those more ambitious standards, and it will mean, as my honourable friend is aware, that the vast majority of new build homes have solar panels as standard on them.
Melanie Moore.
Question number 7, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government's defining mission is delivering economic growth and driving up living standards. That's why we're investing up to £200 million across 10 Scottish towns over 10 years to support regeneration, tackle inequalities and to unleash their full potential. This will empower local communities, improve public services and create new opportunities. This is, of course, alongside the Shared Prosperity Fund, which is investing £4.4 million in Fife this year.
I thank the Minister for his answer, and many times I've raised with the Minister, as well as business ministers and Treasury ministers, the need for regeneration funding for Kirkcaldy High Street. The brilliant people of our town deserve a modern town centre that makes the most of our incredible seafront and all it has to offer. Ahead of the spending review this week, can the Minister assure me that my message has been heard? And will the Minister join me in congratulating Davy Russell, Labour's newest MSP, and a strong campaigner for his High Street? The people of Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse have chosen well.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the Honourable Lady, her constituents and the House that I don't think a week's gone by without her pushing me on Kirkcaldy Town Centre. She also knows I can't run ahead of any multi-year spending review which may be upon us soon, but the point she makes and always makes to me a very good one, and I of course associate myself with her comments about David.
Just to say, questions should be aimed to where the question's at. This is about funding in Scotland, so I'm sure it'll be purely about funding in Scotland.
The Minister is right to point out the need for regeneration for towns in Scotland. Last week, government in this chamber agreed to funding for England and Wales. That only leaves one part of the United Kingdom of Great Britain left out. That's Northern Ireland. So can I ask the Minister, what will be done to ensure that Northern Ireland gets the same as all the other three administrations?
Just answer the Scotland bit, please.
The honourable gentleman knows that I talk with my counterparts in all the devolved governments, including Scotland and Northern Ireland, and will continue to do so. The Shared Prosperity Fund, I think, is a sign of our commitment in that direction. And as for future plans, as I say, we will see them, I'm sure, shortly.
Alison Dew.
Question number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government recognises the need to expand and upskill the construction workforce to meet our ambitious Plan for Change milestone of delivering 1.5 million safe and decent homes in this Parliament. We're working closely with industry to provide high-quality house-building training opportunities, and we welcomed the £140 million industry investment late last year in 32 pioneering new home-building skills hubs that will create up to 5,000 more construction apprentices per year.
Should be green. Alison Dew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response. The Construction Skills Village in Scarborough is an innovative, real-world training environment for the specialist trades we desperately need to build homes. Can the Minister acknowledge the importance of independent training providers in our plans to build 1.5 million new homes? And will he meet with me to discuss how we can ensure that ITPs who are delivering the specialist skills the construction industry is asking for are included in our plans to train 60,000 new construction workers?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. The government, Mr. Speaker, is investing significant amounts of money to train more construction workers, and we appreciate fully the importance of independent training providers in training the workforce needed to deliver more homes across England. What I would suggest is my honourable friend and I find time to meet with Baroness Smith from the Department for Education to discuss matters relating to ITPs, including CSV Village in her constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Minister's commitment to supporting skills training in the construction sector. Would he agree with me that that skills training needs to be particularly focused on the sustainable skills we need? And would he join me in congratulating the Low Carbon Technology Training Centre in my constituency of North Herefordshire, and indeed the new university in Hereford, which graduated its first cohort of engineers just last month? Does he welcome initiatives like this, and will his government put more funding into supporting the construction and engineering skills that our future building sector needs?
I thank the Honourable Lady for that question. I hope she will recognise that we are putting significant amounts of investment into construction skills. At Spring Statement, the government announced a £600 million investment that will recruit an additional 60,000 construction workers by 2029. I'm more than happy to recognise the contribution of the sort of initiatives she names in her constituency. It is absolutely the case that we need skills across the built environment to meet our targets.
Rebecca Longbell.
Question number 9, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'll take questions 9 and 10 together. In our first 8 months in office, we've announced £800 million in new funding for the Affordable Homes Programme and £2 billion as a down payment on future investment. The previous government handed back precious cash for social and affordable homes, and this government will get these homes built, and the Chancellor will set out details of new investment at the spending review.
Mr. Speaker, and I very much welcome the Secretary's commitment to social and affordable housing, and I know that she'll be concerned by new analysis by the National Housing Federation, which found that local authorities in England with the most severe shortage of social housing now have waiting lists exceeding 100 years for a family-sized social home. So with nearly 6,000 people on the waiting list in Salford alone, will the Secretary outline what support she will give to local authorities and the social housing sector to deliver the social homes that are desperately needed?
Well, Mr Speaker, my friend is absolutely right. We do have a housing crisis in this country, and it's particularly felt acutely when it comes to people needing social and council housing, and that's why we have been absolutely clear that we want to see the biggest deliver the generational increase to a social and affordable housing in a generation. We've already outlined a number of measures, including 100% of the right to buy receipts, allowing councils to retain that, long-term funding settlements in terms of rents, and we've set out investment that we've put into the sector, but we'll be saying more at the spending review.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Having access to a safe and secure home is a basic human need. But the Tories absolutely ignored this when they cut government funding by £4.8 billion in just 5 years, and Derby has suffered the consequences. Last year, waiting lists for social housing in our city reached record highs. Could the Secretary of State outline what steps she is taking to lift people stuck on these waiting lists out of limbo and into good social housing?
Well, again, Mr Speaker, my honourable friend's a great champion for Derby, and I think many members across this House can understand the acute pressures. And the fact is we haven't been building enough homes, and we certainly haven't been building enough social homes. And therefore, we've already set out some steps, which I mentioned to my honourable friend briefly there, around the right to buy receipts, and we're consulting on new long-term rent settlements to give providers confidence to build, Mr Speaker. And we'll be investing billions of pounds into social housing, more of which I cannot preempt, but the Chancellor will set out in the spending review this week.
Alberto Costa, you're the only one that does them. Well done.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. When a developer pledges to build 40% minimal affordable housing and obtains outline planning permission on the basis of that pledge, and then less than 20 months later seeks to reduce the 40% to 0% affordable homes, can the Minister say, is that acceptable?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm not going to stray into potential individual cases, but what I will say is what this government has done since gaining office was reconfirm the changes to the National Planning Policy Framework, and in particular around Section 106, to ensure that when developers seek planning permission and they pledge that they're going to do something, that they're kept to those pledges.
James McMurdo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituency of South Basildon and East Thurrock is seeing approximately 60,000 new homes being built across the Basildon and Thurrock areas. Basildon Hospital itself is consistently running at 98% capacity, and a school I visited today, which I'm very proud to see in such good state, sees roughly 1,100 pupils apply to 300 available space each year. Along with the houses, my constituents are deeply concerned about the level of infrastructure being developed and the state of the existing infrastructure. What reassurances can they please give them about those concerns?
Well, again, Mr Speaker, coming back to the point that we do need housing, including social and council housing, we've been really clear in the changes that we've been making, including the Planning and Infrastructure Bill, is around making sure that that infrastructure is critically there, because I think that's one of the barriers actually to people rejecting some of these proposals that come forward, because the transport connectivity and the facilities are not available, and therefore this government is committed to ensuring we get the right type of development that supports local need, but importantly has the infrastructure alongside it.
Shadow Minister Paul Holmes.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Deputy Prime Minister has repeatedly stuck to her commitment that 1.5 million homes, including social homes, will be built over the lifetime of this Parliament, despite everybody knowing that she won't achieve it. And today, the latest people to say she won't are Savills, who have forecast that the true number she will build over this Parliament is just 840,000. And that means fewer social homes too. So will the Deputy Prime Minister confirm that now she has emerged from the dark rooms of the Treasury to capitulate to the Chancellor, more social homes will be built and 1.5 million new homes will be built by the end of this Parliament? Yes or no?
Well, Mr Speaker, the opposition can't have it both ways. One way they're saying we're failing to build the homes, and the other way they're saying we're concreting over the green belt. We said that planning reforms alone won't deliver our ambitions, which is why we've committed to delivering the biggest increase in social and affordable house building in a generation. And I say to the honourable member, like I said to many people in my life, Mr Speaker, underestimate me at your peril.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jess in my constituency had all her possessions and bags put on the pavement outside the hotel and was locked out of her bedroom with her baby by hotel management in shocking behaviour on their part. With £2 billion being spent by local authorities on temporary accommodation, wouldn't it be better to have a target nationally for the number of social homes that are going to be built? And what steps will the government be taking to set such a target?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm disgusted to hear about what happened to that young person and her baby. That is absolutely terrible. And it's shocking the amount of people that are in temporary accommodation at the moment, in particular the amount of children that are in temporary accommodation. And therefore, that's why this government is committed to the biggest wave of social housing and affordable housing in a generation. And we haven't put a particular number on it, not least because we haven't got the spending review results that are coming this week, Mr. Speaker. But we are very clear that we do want to see that ramp up, and we need that proportion to meet the 1.5 million home target. So I say to the honourable member, just wait a little bit longer.
Amanda Hack.
Question number 12.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'll take questions 12, 13, 14 and 21 together. The government has delivered a settlement that begins to fix the foundations and makes available over £69 billion in 25-26. From 26-27, an improved approach will direct funding where it's needed most and provide certainty through the first multi-year settlement in over a decade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his response. County councils like Leicestershire have been campaigning for fair funding alongside other authorities in recent years, following 14 years of poor funding settlements by the last government, meaning cuts to vital services. Lack of fair funding also means schools in North West Leicestershire have some of the lowest levels of funding per student in the country. How will the Minister approach a fair funding settlement that considers the unique challenges faced by rural communities?
Minister. Thank you. Can I first of all thank her for the work that she's done in championing those very issues. We are fundamentally reforming how we assess councils' relative needs and resources to ensure that funding is distributed to where it's needed most. This includes accounting for councils' ability to raise resources locally, which the previous government promised to do but ultimately failed to do in balancing the numbers. Targeting funding in this way will enable councils who've had to scale back services the most to be able to catch up and to ensure that everybody across the whole of England are able to access decent public services.
Natasha Iron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his response. Despite a council tax increase of 27% since 2022, £136 million in exceptional financial support this year, and brutal cuts to services, Croydon Council's finances remain broken. And as an outer London borough with inner London problems, Croydon has historically not received the funding it needs to cover the cost of demand-led services like temporary accommodation. So even if Croydon's debt was wiped out, it still would need exceptional financial support. So can he outline how councils like Croydon will get the resources they need to meet the complex challenges they face and provide the frontline services that our communities deserve?
And I think with the questions that have been raised really anchors why the fair funding review is needed and why it has to take into account all the different factors that do have an impact on whether councils can provide good public services or not. I absolutely appreciate and understand and accept that there are inner London pressures previously that are now absolutely being felt in outer London and of course rural areas too. She will know that in February we provided £136 million in EFS support to Croydon Council and will continue to work with them. But like she understands, I know because we've met and spoke about this a number of times, those are not small problems to deal with.
Ellen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The statutory override for SEND deficits comes to an end in just 10 months' time. Without a plan from the government for the end of the statutory override, more than half of all local education authorities face effective bankruptcy. The need for a resolution to this issue is now long overdue. So can I ask my honourable friend, the Minister, when he expects to be able to give local authorities the certainty they need?
Well, obviously, we're laying the groundwork now ahead of the provisional settlement, which will be the first multi-year settlement in over a decade, and that will deal with a lot of these structural issues. But if it's any help, the government absolutely understands and accepts that it is not right or acceptable for councils who have done everything that's been asked of them, provided good public services, particularly to young people, to find themselves at the financial cliff edge as a result of that. So we have an absolute commitment to work through those issues.
Tony Jeremy.
Speaker, and I'm grateful for the answers the Minister previously gave. Pockets of deprivation in many rural communities, like my South West Norfolk constituency, are often masked by more affluent surroundings. Can the Minister reassure me that financial support from the government for local councils in rural areas reflects these concerns about isolated deprivation?
This month we're consulting on an updated assessment of need, which we'll implement from 26-27. Now, importantly, this includes the indices of multiple deprivation, a designated national statistic, and importantly, that will drill down to deprivation at levels of between 400 and 1,200 households in each of those units. And the intention of that is that we address this issue where there are pockets of deprivation that exist in every community, including rural communities and coastal communities, but sometimes those have been essentially drowned out because of the sea of affluence around them. It's really important that we get to the deprivation wherever it does exist.
Julia Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, as an outer London borough, Havering has been hugely disadvantaged by a funding formula that's based on outdated population figures, and we hear today that the Mayor of London himself is concerned that this Labour government is actually going to be levelling down London altogether. Can the Minister confirm that the Fair Funding Review will report by this summer, which is something I've been previously told by a Minister, and that it will specifically address the disparities between inner and outer London?
Well, I can absolutely assure the honourable member that we are working through those issues and we will be out to consult the sector on those. All the variations that we've taken into account, I hope that members do accept that we have listened, that we do know that the funding formula is out of date, and we know that for it to stand the test, if you like, it's got to apply itself wherever members represent, whether they're in coastal communities, rural communities, inner London, outer London, or anywhere else in between. And I can assure you that we are on with that work.
Morgan.
Speaker, Shropshire Council's finances have been left on the brink by 16 years of Conservative administration, but it is the largest landlocked county in England, and it's also struggling with about 85% of its budget being spent on social care. Can the Minister look, when he does his fair funding review, at the difficulty and the costliness of delivering services over such a wide rural area, and ensure that councils like Shropshire that lost their rural services delivery grant will be able to sustain themselves in the future?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, part of the settlement, we made available an additional £5 billion. 3.7 billion of that was for social care. So we do understand the pressures and we're directing money to address that. But we also know that this will take more than 1 year to fix, and we're on with the Fair Funding Review, the first multi-year settlement in a decade, to begin to fix those foundations. We have definitely heard calls from rural communities and rural councils that take into account that additional cost for rurality, but also remoteness. And I can assure you that those issues are being looked at.
Speaker, one way of ensuring that new unitary authorities, such as those for Leicestershire, have adequate funding is to be based on robust business cases. Given that the department was 5 weeks late in providing feedback to the local authorities, will the Minister commit to extending the deadline to ensure that those local authorities have the time they need to build up those plans?
Well, I mean, I should say in all areas there is more than adequate time to prepare final proposals. For those councils that are in the devolution priority programme, they have until September. For all others, which is the majority, they have until November. That's more than adequate time for councils to be able to marshal, to get their plans together and to make an assessment on that basis.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it has been reported that Birmingham bin strikes may last until December of this year. How can this government claim to support workers when it refuses to fund Birmingham City Council properly? This dispute boils down to cash, yet the government is failing Birmingham's bin workers, failing Birmingham residents and failing Birmingham businesses. The government backed our steel workers. Will this government back the bin workers by extra funding?
I mean, I hear what he says, and you know, on the calls that we have with MPs when we do update members of Parliament on those issues, I would say his tone is quite different. And I think we need to separate out here the rhetoric from the reality. And the reality is that we had, for the first time, £600 million in the recovery grant, and that was about those councils suffering high deprivation and historically low tax bases, and Birmingham was the biggest beneficiary in receipt of nearly £40 million.
Shadow Minister David Simmons.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister knows from his time at the Local Government Association the impact that asylum has on the budgets of local authorities. With the Home Office's much vaunted increase in the grant rate for asylum claims, The government is pushing thousands of households onto council waiting lists and shunting millions of costs into the backs of council taxpayers. So can the Minister tell the House what additional funding and measures he's aiming to secure to help mitigate these costs that are affecting so many of our local authorities?
Well, I mean, quite frankly, it's a bit rich for any minister opposite to stand up and to give a critique of the current system when it was one that they have deliberately designed in 14 years of government. The question is, how do we go about repairing it? And there's one thing that absolutely has to be put right, which is that this jointed system where different government departments work in silos cannot carry on. And I should say one of the successes, I think, of the Leaders' Council, for the first time ever, local government leaders being put around the table with government, included a meeting with the Home Office and our department to work through exactly these issues. And I think really that is the change, that for the first time, local government is being treated as adults.
We come to topicals. Alice MacDonald.
Please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, as the Planning and Infrastructure Bill enters its remaining stages in the Commons, I'd like to thank my honourable friend, the Housing Minister, and members across the House for their continued work on this important piece of legislation that will get Britain building again. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, this weekend marks the 8th anniversary of the Grenfell Tower fire. I know that I speak for all members of this House when I say that the 72 men, women and children who lost their lives at Grenfell will never be forgotten. We've accepted the inquiry's findings and will take action on all 58 recommendations to build a more robust and trusted regulatory system to deliver safe, quality homes for everyone.
Yes, madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents in Norwich North are concerned that as new estates go up, it is too often without the infrastructure they need, whether it is schools, GP surgeries or even playgrounds. Does the Secretary of State agree it's vital to address this issue, and can she elaborate on how we will change this after too many years of inaction?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. The government is committed to strengthening the system of developer contributions to ensure that new developments provide necessary infrastructure that the communities expect, and we will set out further details in due course. Of course, I already mentioned, Mr. Speaker, the changes to the National Planning Policy Framework earlier that was announced in December 24, and will also support the increased provision and modernisation of various types of public infrastructure.
Secretary of State Kevin Holden, right?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Secretary of State says, Saturday marks the 8th anniversary of the Grenfell tragedy, and as she knows, I can give her my confirmation that I will constructively work with her and her colleagues to deliver remediation, building safety and deliver the best outcomes for local communities. The previous government committed over £5 billion for remediation. Can she confirm that the spending review will continue to provide such financial support, and also confirm that she'll meet the previous government's pledge to co-fund with the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea the renovation of the Lancaster West Estate, and the £85 million needed and promised from central government to finish the works will be provided?
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for the constructive way in which he approached, as we all remember what happened at Grenfell, and the work that the previous government have done, and the work that we're continuing to do as we outline in the phase 2 of the recommendations. The Buildings Minister has been meeting, as I have, with the community, with RBCK and others, to make sure that we continue on that journey. I do say hesitantly, Mr. Speaker, though, there was a lot of promises made by the previous government that are challenging, but we will always put safety first, and we're working to ensure that we deliver on that.
I know she had some difficult negotiations this weekend with her colleague, the Chancellor. The spending review is also critical for the funding of affordable homes budget. She's praised in the past the Chancellor's generosity, not least on the extra £2 billion to the affordable homes budget, as she puts it. But will she admit today that the budget for affordable homes is currently decreasing from the previous levels under our government? And can she say, even if it's after the spending review, exactly how many affordable and social homes does she expect to deliver during this Parliament?
Well, first of all, Mr Speaker, I think he got in a bit later than the honourable gentleman opposite, who I outlined the reasons why we haven't put an exact figure, but also confirmed that we will build the biggest generation of affordable and social housing in the generation. And I say gently to the Shadow Secretary of State, we're delivering for working people by banning no-fault evictions and introducing groundbreaking protections for renters, which they promised and didn't deliver. We're introducing major planning reforms to build the 1.5 million homes. They promised 1.6 million homes, Mr Speaker, but couldn't get anywhere. And we're also delivering the largest single package of devolution, pushing power out of Westminster. We're delivering where they failed.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. We're very good at growing things in South Norfolk, food, businesses and thriving communities. But if we want our young people to share in this success, we need to plant a new town in my constituency. So will the Minister meet with me to discuss how we will achieve this?
Mr Speaker, I don't blame my honourable friend for trying, but for good reason. We established an independent expert advisory panel, the New Towns Task Force, to make recommendations to ministers on the location and delivery of new towns. The task force will submit their final report to ministers in the coming months.
Good evening, most Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Residents in Wellington, in Castlemoat Place, in Taunton and in Agar Grove, home buyers, just some of a sample who have come to me raising the scandal of home builders, house builders not finishing properly the buildings that they've created, leaving them unsafe. What steps will the Minister take to bring forward measures to ensure that house builders repair and make safe their properties urgently and without having to wait years before they do so?
I'm grateful for that question, which I think is mirrored in many parts of this country. The duty on making sure homes are safe are, of course, the responsibility for those builders and for those owners. Where they fall short, there are legal powers both for the local authority, for the Fire and Rescue Service to compel them to change. But as I do with all right honourable colleagues across the House, if there are specific examples that I can help with the honourable gentleman, I'd be very happy to.
Brandis.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. There's no doubt about it, we face a climate emergency. So what plans does the Government have to increase funding for the fire service to meet the increase and projected increases in wildfire and flooding incidents? And if funding is to be increased, what will this mean for the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service?
Well, as the honourable gentleman rightly identifies, fire is, of course, a devolved matter. In England, in 25-26, standalone fire and rescue authorities will see an increase in core spending power of up to nearly £70 million. And it's those fire and rescue authorities who are required to plan for foreseeable risks in their area, including wildfire and flooding, and to decide where to direct resources. And on the point of the cooperation, I can assure the honourable gentleman, as I did to the member for Strangford, that I'm talking to my counterparts in the devolved government to make sure we're tackling common problems and sharing that insight.
Thank you.
In light of some worrying small site applications on previously undeveloped Greenbelt land in my Thornbury and Yate constituency and concerns from CPRE, will the Minister undertake to monitor and assess the initial impact of the new Great Belt provisions and to look at refining the wording to avoid salami slicing the Greenbelt?
Minister.
No, we are confident that the protections that are in place for the Greenbelt in terms of the tests that have to be met for grey belt release are robust. It is ultimately for local planning authorities to conduct Greenbelt reviews and to bring forward those sites as part of local plans.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Across London, there are 90,000 children living in temporary accommodation, denied the essentials of a stable home with terrible consequences for their physical and mental health and education. This is a scandalous inheritance from the previous Conservative government. When does the Secretary of State believe that we will begin to see these numbers substantially drop?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. We have invested almost £1 billion in tackling homelessness and rough sleeping and recognise the scandal of temporary accommodation which we inherited, and we are taking action to ensure that there's a cross-government strategy to get us back on track to ending homelessness.
John Lamont.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Oxton in my constituency has a newly refurbished community shop, and it exists thanks to the hard work of local volunteers. The Plunkett Impact Report highlights how community-owned shops are at the centre of the local economy. So what is the government doing to support the ownership of community shops?
Minister.
For the opportunity to talk about community ownership. those locally loved assets being owned locally, we know endure during difficult times. They provide good employment for local people. They employ a more diverse workforce base normally. We were pleased in the previous round to get money out to a number of schemes through the Community Ownership Fund. We are, of course, going to legislate for an improved community right to buy as well. So we're very much aligned in this space that community ownership is exceptionally important.
Mr Speaker, I thank the Minister for his previous response, and I'm glad to see that Cornwall's socio-economic challenges are reflected in the fact that we have 11 mission priority neighbourhoods identified in mid-Cornwall alone. And we've talked about funding for mission-critical neighbourhoods, but what steps are being taken to ensure that those mission priority neighbourhoods, deprived areas that fall just short of that definition, get adequate investment too?
Well, in addition to my previous answer, the honourable gentleman will have heard me talk before about the importance of targeting resource at deprivation and need. I think that's the right approach to funding. And it is, of course, a little bit beyond funding as well. It's about power, which all communities can benefit from. So whether that's high street rental auctions, whether that's an enhanced community right to buy, whether that's through local planning processes, local communities taking those opportunities to shape place. Local authorities are important in that conversation. I know my honourable friend is pushing his in that regard.
Becca Paul.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It has been reported and estimated that there may be billions of unspent community infrastructure levy available at local authority level for investment in critical infrastructure. Would the Minister confirm whether or not he is going to ensure that money is invested in our roads and our drainage to deliver the improvements our residents deserve?
I thank the Honourable Lady for that question. There are legitimate reasons why developer contributions can be held by local authorities, for example, to complete phased development or to bring forward other sites over a period of time. But we are aware that particular local authorities do hold significant sums in some cases, and we are giving the matter some attention.
Not 2 minutes.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Shared Health Foundation recently published a vital report into children living in temporary accommodation. And it reveals a scandalous situation where too often children living in temporary accommodation are neither safe, nor secure, nor able to thrive. Does the Minister agree with me that it falls to this Labour government to fix this wrong, which has been silent for too long?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. He is absolutely right. We've inherited record levels of homelessness and rough sleeping. This government is determined to take action and address those challenges. We're providing £500 million to councils to house some of the most vulnerable in our country through the third round of the Local Authority Housing Fund and an injection of £2 billion to deliver up to 18,000 new social affordable homes.
I'm confident, Mr Speaker, that the Secretary of State loves the pub as much as you and I do, but we recognise that the jobs tax, the slashing of business rates relief has been a hammer blow to pubs like the Barrel in Walkington, owned by Thwaites, or indeed hospitality businesses like the Beverley Arms Hotel in Beverley. So can the Secretary of State tell the House, has she made representations to the Chancellor ahead of Wednesday to make sure we don't have more landlords being forced to call last orders?
I might like a pint, and wouldn't he like to know?
I'm a foodie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. People have lived in Ersdon View in my constituency for over 15 years, yet the estate remains unadopted due to an ongoing issue between the landowner Northumberland Estates and the developer Bellway securing the sewer adoption. I continue to press all parties to resolve this, but how can we make sure that going forward people aren't left for decades, often paying management fees on top of council tax to ensure that developers deliver?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question. She's been a doughty champion of leaseholders and residential freeholders in her constituency. We've got to bring in those consumer protections that are on the statute book already and to commence those. But, Mr Speaker, as I've made clear, we are determined to end the injustice of leasehold entirely, and will consult later this year on legislative and policy options to reduce the prevalence of private estate management arrangements.
Rankin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm broadly supportive of unitarisation at a strategic scale, but I'm concerned in the case of Surrey of how historic debt will be treated, particularly pertaining to Woking and Spelthorpe councils. Will the Minister outline how, as our councils come together, historic debts will be treated and offer assurances to my constituents in Virginia Water and Englefield Green in well-run Runnymede Borough that they won't foot the bill for this as part of reorganisation?
Well, this precisely was one of the reasons why Surrey was accelerated, because we recognised that the debt liability there versus the assets and income just didn't balance. We recognise that in building new unitaries, they have to be financially viable, and we're well on track to delivering that in partnership with the local councils.
Florence Session-Lowe, Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the enhanced protection for tenants in the Renters' Rights Bill, but data from the Londoner shows that for every London tenant, there's only one enforcement officer per 7,500 private rented homes. Would the new enforcement burdens placed on councils in the Renters' Right Bill, would the Minister please ensure that councils have the right resources to protect our private rented tenants?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. She will know that through the bill we have taken, put it simply, a polluter pays approach. Local authorities will be able to levy fines on landlords to raise revenue, but we did commit, and she can go back and check the transcript on this point, to new burdens funding as appropriate.
Simon Hoare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given their environmental importance and scarcity, could I urge the Deputy Prime Minister and her team to support amendments in this afternoon's legislation protecting chalk streams? They are vitally important and they need as much protection as we can give them.
But as the honourable gentleman will know, chalk streams already have protections in national planning policy, but I'm sure we'll continue the discussion at report stage of the Planning Infrastructure Bill later today.
Annalise Midgley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister meet with me and residents of Beach and Willow Rise in Kirkby, where a combination of failed leasehold law, previous corporate entities and inadequate regulation now risks leaving residents facing unaffordable costs and eviction?
I am always happy to meet my honourable friend. I know she's had constructive conversations with my fellow Minister for Building Safety, but I am happy to meet with her.
Final question, Jess Brown-Fowler.
300 social homes are currently at risk in my Chichester constituency because developers are rejecting offers from registered providers despite their outline planning permission. Will the Minister commit to action to stop developers evading their obligation, and will they meet with me to help me protect the delivery of these social homes?
The honourable lady for that question. We do recognise the challenges around uncontracted Section 106 units. There is a very complex array of factors which have led us to this point, but we are giving very serious consideration to how we unblock the problem, how we get those Section 106 homes allocated, people living in them.
Right, we'll let the front bench change over. We now come to the urgent question. Sir Ian Duncan Smith.
Mr. Speaker, to ask the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government what assessment is made of the United States government's national security concerns regarding the proposed Chinese embassy development at the Royal Mint Court.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is committed to the probity of the planning process at all levels to ensure robust and evidence-based decision-making, including the role of planning ministers in deciding called-in planning applications and recovered appeals. For this reason, I hope the House will appreciate why I cannot comment in any detail on specific planning applications at the dispatch box. That said, Mr. Speaker, it may be helpful to members if I set out the process which these cases follow. The application referred to by the Right Honourable Member was considered to meet the published call-in policy set out in the October 2012 written ministerial statement, and so will be determined by ministers. The application is not yet with the department. All decisions that come before ministers are subject to examination by an independent planning inspector, usually through a public inquiry. The planning inspector...
He's just answering the member behind you. I was trying to stop you. Carry on, Minister.
All decisions, as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, that come before ministers are subject to examination by an independent planning inspector, usually through a public inquiry. The planning inspector then provides an evidence-based recommendation, setting out full reasons for their recommendation. The inspector's report considers the application against published local, regional and national planning policy. That is likely to include a wide variety of material planning matters, which in this case are likely to include safety and national security. A public inquiry was held earlier this year in respect of this case, Mr. Speaker, between 11th and 28th of February, at which interested parties were able to put forward evidence and representations. Should any further representations be made which raise material planning considerations before the decision is made, these will also be taken into account. At all times, the decision will be dealt with in line with the published propriety guidance on planning casework decisions. The Right Honourable Member will be aware that the Home and Foreign Secretaries made a joint representation to the Planning Inspectorate ahead of the start of the inquiry. This will be taken into account alongside all other relevant matters. Once the Planning Inspector's report and recommendation is received, it will be determined by a Planning Minister who will come to a decision based on material planning considerations.
Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr. Speaker, the US government and now today the Dutch Parliament have expressed concerns about sensitive cables under the Royal Mint Court. Beijing has a recent history of cutting cables and confirmed infrastructure hacks, including embedding malware capable of disabling all that infrastructure. Minister Peter Kyle yesterday on television said surprisingly that this was in the planning process and could be managed. So will the Minister correct this record? The planning inquiry has concluded no changes can be made to the Chinese planning application at all. And I remind him the application contains nothing about cabling. Indeed, to the inquiry, the Chinese have rejected only 2 requests, which he referred to actually, made by the government in the letter from the Foreign and Home Secretaries, despite ministers regularly saying that this letter, and I quote, should give those concerned comfort. Rerouting the cables, of course, we know would cost millions, if that's what the government may even be thinking about. But I asked the question to the government, why did the government strongly deny the presence of the cables until the White House actually confirmed it, rather than to this House? And Chinese state media has also reported that the UK has given assurances to the Chinese that the UK would allow development no matter what. Indeed, The Guardian reported as much in 2023 that China would not apply again unless they were given governmental assurances. So can the Minister confirm or even deny any of this? As one of those sanctioned by China, as others in the chamber, I see this as Project Kowtow, one denial after another, one betrayal after another. No wonder our allies believe that this Chinese mega embassy is now becoming a walk of shame for the government.
Well, I thank the Right Honourable Member for those questions, and I hope he will appreciate why, not least because of the quasi-judicial nature of planning ministers in the planning process, that I can't comment on the details of the application. As I said, Mr. Speaker, no decision on the case has been made. The case is not yet before the department. In terms of the issue of cables, which he mentioned, it would not be appropriate to comment on any specific national security issue. In terms of whether the Chinese embassy was raised during UK-US trade talks, again, it would not be appropriate to comment on the details of those talks, but suffice to say we do not recognise the characterisation set out in the Sunday Times article where this was referenced. And it is important to also emphasise, Mr. Speaker, that only material planning considerations can be taken into account in determining this case. But as I say, I cannot comment in any detail on a case, and it is not yet before the department.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely understand the Minister can't comment on this individual case or individual cases, but national security is of utmost concern to everybody in this country, everybody in this chamber. When an application comes before the Secretary of State, is national security a material concern for the government when granting applications, particularly from foreign governments?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. As I made clear in responding to the initial question, the Inspector's report considers the application against published local, regional and national planning policy. That is likely to include a wide variety of material planning matters, and in this case, that is likely to include safety and national security.
Shadow Secretary of State Kevin Honoray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my honourable friend for securing this very important urgent question. But question after question, letter after letter, the government has consistently treated Parliament with complete disregard on this matter, stonewalling legitimate inquiries about national security, about ministerial discussions and warnings from security bodies. I get the fact he's compromised and he has a quasi-judicial responsibility, but his colleagues in the Home Office and the Foreign Office do not. They could answer these questions. As the government knows, their own cybersecurity experts, Innovate UK, have warned about the threat to the City of London from the embassy. The Wapping telephone and internet exchange is surrounded on 3 sides by the new embassy. There are also fibre cables carrying highly sensitive information running beneath the site. The Technology Secretary said yesterday that these matters could be dealt with as part of the planning process, but the inquiry is ended, so they cannot. If the UK is considering moving the UK government is considering moving the cables, how many millions of pounds of public money will this cost? I recently sent yet another letter to the Prime Minister, signed by 59 parliamentarians cross-party, urging him to pause and reconsider. Since then, the US and Dutch governments have both sounded the alarm. So can I ask him, have MI5 and CCHQ been able to submit their own warnings to the planning inspector? Does the inspector have access to unredacted plans of the embassy, which the Chinese government has refused to make public? Has the government assessed the potential sinister uses of the secret basement and the so-called cultural exchange building? What discussions have taken place with the Bank of England, given its role in cybersecurity regulation in the city? And why won't the government follow the example of the US, Australian and Irish governments, which vetoed similar embassies that threatened their national security? The government is on the verge of making a decision that will lead to huge risk that will persist for decades. Will they change course before it is too late?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I appreciate that the Shadow Secretary of State's remarks were written before he listened to my response, but I could not have been clearer about the fact that no decision has been made on this case. No application is yet before the department. It was a question. He said he's preempting a decision that hasn't been made on a case which is not before the department. I've been very clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that should any further representations be made which raise material planning considerations, and they may in this case relate to safety and national security, before a decision is made, these will be taken into account. But again, as I said to the right honourable gentleman, on matters of security, it would not be appropriate for me to comment. On specific issues like cables, it would not be appropriate for me to comment. Planning ministers have a quasi-judicial role in the planning process, and as I say, the case is not yet before the department.
Marie Rimmer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the Minister can understand the sensitivity of how we all feel about this hearing of it now again. But China has a track record of aggressive, state-backed espionage, and we must not make, or surely this country cannot afford to make a massive underestimation of what risk would go ahead should this be expected. Experts warn that there could be foreign leverage of signals and interception of monitoring and sensitive government and corporate communications. How far could it be that individuals can make representation? Because everyone is extremely concerned to have such a massive building like that, historic building, handed over or sold some years ago. It's been preempted this. This is how China works. It plans years ahead. We cannot not say anything in this House. We must comment on what we see. And please understand that we must do. Thank you.
Minister.
Well, can I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I do understand the strength of feeling conveyed by my honourable friend and other honourable members when it comes to the People's Republic of China. The government is taking a consistent long-term and strategic approach to managing the UK's relations with China, rooted in the national interest, and we will always protect our national security and keep the country safe. But those are separate issues from this specific planning application. And while I understand why she does, she tempts me to speculate, again, as I've said, on a decision that has not been made on a case that is not yet before the department.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Luke Taylor.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the right honourable member for submitting the question. The potential approval of the Chinese super embassy sends precisely the wrong signal at the moment when we should be pushing the Chinese government hard on human rights abuses and their repression of the people of Hong Kong, both in that city and right here on our streets. Notwithstanding the risk of interception of sensitive comms at the site, Hong Kongers and Uyghurs are deeply worried about what this might mean for China's expanding surveillance capacity here in the UK. In March, alongside other members on this side of the House, I spoke at the protest in front of the proposed site, and I say the same thing to the Minister as I said that day. The government must block it. So, taking into account the scale of opposition, both domestically and by our allies, will the Minister confirm that representations made in this place will be considered as part of the planning approval process? But I also ask, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, considering the original timetable for the China audit to be published has now passed, will he tell the House when they expect to finally present it?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for that answer. On the audit, which was the final point he made, my honourable friend, the relevant Foreign Office Minister, confirmed that that will be coming before the summer. He raises two very distinct issues, and I must treat them separately. On human rights, we stand firm, including against China's repression of the people of Xinjiang and Tibet. Human rights issues are raised every time that Foreign Office ministers meet with their Chinese counterparts. But on the application specifically, he asked me a very direct question. Should any further representations be made by members of this House, by other interested parties, which raise material planning considerations that need to be taken into account in a decision, they will be taken into account, they will be considered before a decision is made.
Blair McDougall.
Madam Deputy Speaker, earlier this year I spoke at a huge demonstration outside the site of the proposed embassy, attended by thousands of British Hong Kongers who fear that the hands that throttled their freedoms in Hong Kong are reaching into our society too. I understand his point and his limitations in what he can speak about on this issue at this time. But as well as this being a matter of national security, does he understand that it's also a matter of personal security for many of our constituents, given the increase in transnational repression emanating from Beijing?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and I know he has been a vocal advocate for the members of the Hong Kong community in his constituency and across the country. We will stand with and support members of that community. We have a long shared history with Hong Kong, and many people from Hong Kong have made the UK their home in recent years. That is, again, and I must emphasise this point, and I will continue to do so as questions come in on this, that is a distinct and separate issue from the planning application that will in due course come before ministers in my department.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak after the honourable member. I spoke before him at the rally to which he refers. Those of us who have been sanctioned, and I know you, Madam Deputy Speaker, are amongst our number, are particularly conscious of the effect that the Chinese state has on our country. Do you, Madam Deputy Speaker, honestly believe that the Minister thinks that the Chinese would look at this proposal in the same way? Do we actually in this House honestly believe that our economic security being threatened, as highlighted by the Americans and the Dutch, would go through a bureaucratic planning process with no ability to vary it because, frankly, them's the orders? I don't think that's the way China would do it, and it's certainly not the way we should.
Well said. I have a question where it's the Minister responding. Minister.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for that question. His views on China are well known. He knows my views on China as well. We've discussed the matter in the past. He raises two distinct issues. On sanctioned parliamentarians, let me take the opportunity to make clear sanctions are completely unwarranted and unacceptable, and this issue will remain a priority under this government. The Foreign Secretary, the Chancellor, have raised their case at every meeting with their counterparts, including with President Xi at the G20 in November and Foreign Minister Wang Yi in February. He tempts me to comment on the Chinese planning system. I'm very glad that we have a different and more robust planning system than the People's Republic of China.
Stewart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I appreciate that the Minister can't comment on individual planning applications from the dispatch box. But it is true that when I speak to Hong Kongers in my constituency, they are seriously concerned about the risks that come with transnational repression and the risks that might come along with the creation and the construction of this embassy. When I was speaking with them last week on the 36th anniversary of the Tiananmen Square massacre, something they were commemorating in Leeds but can't commemorate in Hong Kong, they were seriously concerned that those with £100,000 bounties on their heads might be more at risk now because of the construction of this embassy. I appreciate the Minister's portfolio doesn't necessarily cover this, but what assurances can he give on behalf of the government that if such an embassy is built, we will do everything in our power to protect those from Hong Kong who have made the UK their home?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I am, and I hope you will appreciate why I'm not going to comment on hypotheticals, again on a decision that has been made on a case that's not before the Department. In terms of the Hong Kong community, I've made very clear we stand with them. My honourable friend, the member for Asia and the Indo-Pacific, met with members of the Hong Kong community in this country, along with the Security Minister. We will stand by them.
Cleverly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Foreign Secretary have all had recent and high-level interactions with ministers of the Chinese Communist Party, Chinese government. Have in any of those meetings the Chinese embassy been brought up with those ministers, and have those ministers in any way corresponded with his department about the Chinese embassy application?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it would not be appropriate for me to comment on the details of any talks. He is asking for details. The Right Honourable Gentleman is asking for details, and it would not be appropriate for me to comment on the particular issue of whether representations have made. As I made clear in answering the initial question, the Home and Foreign Secretaries made a joint representation to the Planning Inspectorate ahead of the start of the inquiry, and that will be taken into account alongside all other relevant matters.
James Nash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In response to a Freedom of Information request, which I have here, we now know that just 2 protests at the Royal Mint Court site in February and March this year required the deployment of nearly 600 officers in total, including 101 in February and 485 in March. This reveals, the FOI reveals, that the cost of policing these 2 protests alone amounted to £345,000. This is a staggering use of resources for a site that is not yet operational, but reflects the serious concerns among the Hong Konger, Tibetan and Uyghur diasporas in the UK. These are communities that fear that the embassy will become a hub for transnational repression. So I ask, what assessment have ministers made of the cost implications of this proposed development on policing, and will they commit today to reject this super embassy?
I'm not going to commit to reject an application that has not yet come to the Department, and as I keep saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, where a decision has not been made. In terms of those concerns, and I've made clear we understand the concerns of members of the Hong Kong community and others about the potential, I make clear, approval of this application. But when it comes to some of the matters that he raises, like police resourcing, all I can repeat, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that only material planning considerations can be taken into account in determining the case.
Mike Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think we can all agree that we'd like a decision to be made in this case that doesn't encourage the Chinese government to think that we're a soft touch. Let's try another tack. National security is going to be taken into account as part of this planning decision. So can I ask the Minister hypothetically, if there's only a 5% or 1% chance that this planning application being granted causes some detriment to our national security, then it would be better to take a risk management approach and put the embassy somewhere else.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman invites me again to consider a planning decision that hasn't been made on a case that is not yet before the Parliament. And I am clearly not going to, from this dispatch box, set out the decision-making process that planning ministers in my department might take to that application once it is submitted.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the serious concerns of national security on this issue, can the Minister confirm his department has consulted with UK and allied intelligence agencies, including the USA, and whether a full national security review will be conducted before any planning decision is taken?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've made clear, it would not be appropriate for me to comment on any specific national security issue. What I have been at pains to make clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the inspector's report, which will come before ministers in my department at the point the case does come to us, will include matters, a wide variety of material planning matters, and in this case they are likely to include safety and national security.
Dame Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Further to the question opposite, the Home Affairs Select Committee has written to the Metropolitan Police asking for details of any concerns they may have around the policing of this site, and particularly disorder that might be around the site. I once again put to the Minister that he must take account of concerns around this matter. There could be very serious and significant concerns for policing in the capital.
Minister.
All material planning considerations that have been brought to the attention of the inspector will be taken into account as part of the decision that when it is made in due course.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. National security and security is a valid planning consideration. So does the Minister accept that in the event that the Secretary of State allows this decision to go ahead, regardless of the planning inspector's recommendation, essentially this government will be putting our relationship with China ahead of our security relationship with the United States?
Minister.
That is pure speculation, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I've said, it would not be appropriate for me to comment on any national security matters.
Sir Alex Sharma.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Minister believe that China will always try and exploit and infiltrate data communication in this country?
What I would say to the honourable gentleman is that widespread cyber activity or interference in our democracy will not be tolerated and will be met with a strong response.
Slade.
So moving on from national security, I've just double-checked. Community safety is a significant material planning consideration, according to the documentation I've read. And this is a very multicultural area. So what assessment of risk about the community cohesion and the safety of local people is being taken into consideration? And how does this align with the government's much publicised commitment to devolution if decisions are being taken more centrally?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't know if people can hear me, but I keep answering the questions as posed. I have answered the question. The honourable lady puts to me that the particular issue she raises may be a material planning consideration. If it is, it will be taken into account by the inspector in making their recommendation to ministers to make a decision on the case once it comes to the department.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. China is already revelling in the government's spectacular own goal in handing the Chagos for no particular cost. It looks as if it's about to benefit again. Will the Minister say, even if you can't say what specific amounts are involved, what works would need to be done in advance of this embassy being set up at the Royal Mail site? Who would pay for it? Would it be the Chinese or would it be the UK government? In which case, which particular part of it?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, a public inquiry, as I said, was held earlier this year between 11th and 28th of February. All the relevant documents submitted to that inquiry are available online. I encourage the right honourable gentleman to go and look at them. But again, he invites me to speculate on matters that are part of the application that the inspector will have considered in making his report and recommendation to the department when it arrives. I emphasise again, no cases yet with the department.
Jim Allister.
If national security is a material consideration, will that be judged only by what's in the inspector's report? And if so, how could that be adequate, since the UK-China audit has not been published before the inspector concluded his report?
Madam Deputy Speaker, at the point the planning inspector's report and recommendation is received, as I've said, it will be determined by a planning minister who will come to a decision based on material planning considerations that have been analysed.
Saki Bhatti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I understand the Minister can't comment on the specifics, but does he at least agree with the principle that if there is a risk that a nation-state will act nefariously against the British state's interests, the British government should not be rewarding that particular state?
Minister.
As I've been at pains to make clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government will always protect our national security and keep this country safe. There's a distinct issue from the planning application and the questions around process that have been put me today. And on that basis, I cannot comment, as he has acknowledged, on a decision, as I say, has not been made on a case that is not with the Department.
Will Forster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituency of Woking is home to a growing number of people from Hong Kong who have been forced to flee their homeland as a result of actions by China. I appreciate what the Minister says about this being a quasi-legal matter. The fact that he's sitting next to a Foreign Office Minister speaks volumes. This is not just a planning issue. Does the Minister agree with me that this country owes a debt and we need to protect Hong Kongers from interference from China in this country that they consider allowing this super embassy would enable?
Minister.
I do recognise that point, and as I've made clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government will stand with and support members of the Hong Kong community. As I just referenced, I don't know if the Honourable Gentleman was in the Chamber, the Minister for Asia and the Indo-Pacific and the National Security Minister only recently met with members of the Hong Kong community. We will continue to stand with them.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister's made clear he won't comment on the specifics of the case, and I won't ask him to. But can you offer a view in principle as to why we would ever, for any good reason, offer a foreign state with known cyber espionage capabilities that it deploys regularly easier access to critical cyber infrastructure?
Minister.
Well, again, the Honourable Gentleman is making assumptions that I don't recognise and thereby tempting me to comment on the case. I'm not going to make blanket in-principle statements given the quasi-judicial nature and involvement of planning ministers in the process.
Mr Anderson, are you bobbing or thinking about bobbing or resuming to bob? Mr Anderson. Lee Anderson, are you bobbing or not bobbing? Marvellous. Jim Shannon.
I'm sorry, thank you very much. I was sort of thrown off there, but can I thank the Minister for that? The Minister will be aware of concerns that Chinese-born residents in my constituency of Strangford and across Northern Ireland have over the reach and indeed the overreach of the Chinese government in the United Kingdom. I can well understand US concerns, and with all due respect, the Minister knows I always ask my questions with respect. Does the Minister truly believe that this massive embassy will alleviate the concerns of those who know best the reach of the Chinese government arm? And should we not be showing that we will afford them courtesy as we do for other national embassies, but they are not entitled to a Chinese Vatican City in the midst of this great nation of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Well, I do recognise the concerns that the Honourable Gentleman raises, but forgive me, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am going to have to repeat again, no decision has been made in this case, no case is yet with the Department. I've laid out in quite some detail the process that has been followed in the terms of how the application has been taken forward and what needs to happen for ministers to reach a decision at the appropriate point when a case does come to the Department.
Julia Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, things that can seem politically and economically expedient at the time can become things that governments regret very much in the long term. That's something I found when I was the Telecoms Minister, having to lead the £2 billion strip out of Huawei from our 5G infrastructure. Now, it took only a few minutes for the Prime Minister to change his position after a call from President Xi Jinping in relation to the Chinese embassy. Now, the Minister has said he cannot answer any questions on the substance of that issue, but will he commit on a planning level that he will personally have a secure briefing ahead of making any planning decision, and that he will also publish and share with this House details of all the representations that he has received on the planning application, including those from his own government?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Honourable Lady for that question. Let me take the two aspects, if I can, in turn. We will be vigilant against the full range of hybrid cyber, space and other threats from state and non-state actors, and that includes those emanating from China. On the specific question about the planning application, all the representations that have been made to the Planning Inspectorate as part of that public inquiry are publicly available for honourable members to see. Ministers, when they come to make a decision on the basis of the Inspector's reports and recommendations, will do so taking into account material planning considerations.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Is the planning officer that is considering this case cleared to receive top-secret information?
Minister.
A planning inspector is assessing the case as part of a public inquiry, and I'm afraid, while I recognise why the Honourable Gentleman has asked the question, it would not be appropriate for me to comment on national security matters.
Ben Obstetrics.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. China is likely to continue seeking advantage through espionage and cyber attacks and through securing cutting-edge intellectual property through legitimate and illegitimate means. Not my words, Madam Deputy Speaker, but the words of the government's own Strategic Defence Review. So, given the sub-threshold threat posed by China and its starring role in the SDR explicitly referred to alongside Russia and Iran, why have China not been included within the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme ahead of any potential approval of their super embassy?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend, the Minister for Asia and the Indo-Pacific, tells me that particular report is coming forward in due course. Again, on the planning application, it would not be appropriate for me to comment on specific national security issues, but as I said, material planning considerations, including those relating to safety and national security, will be taken into account.
That is the end of the urgent question. I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over as we come on to the statement, changes to winter fuel payments 2025. So we have the statement, changes to winter fuel payments 2025, and I call the Minister. Torsten Bell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 21st of May, the Prime Minister told this House that the government wants to extend eligibility for winter fuel payments to a wider range of pensioners in England and Wales. Today, we are setting out how this will happen for the coming winter and the years ahead. This will provide certainty for pensioners and ensure payments can be made swiftly and automatically, which is our priority. I hope this statement will also answer many of the questions honourable members have raised with me and others in recent weeks. Let me set out to the House how this system will work. All pensioners with incomes up to and including £35,000 will benefit from support, as will all those on pension credit and other income-related benefits. The payment of £200 per household or £300 per household when there is someone aged over 80 will be made to all pensioner households in England and Wales. Individual pensioners with taxable income above £35,000 will have any winter fuel payment automatically recovered via HMRC without the need for them to take any action. This will be via PAYE for the majority or in their self-assessment tax return for those that already complete one. No one will be brought into tax or into self-assessment just to repay their winter fuel payment. Those that prefer not to receive a payment can opt out of receiving it. As was previously the case before July 2024, where the household is not getting an income-related benefit and there is more than one pensioner in the household, shared payments split across the recipients will be made. This government has had to make tough decisions, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is right to means test the winter fuel payment. I thought the party opposite supported means testing the winter fuel. We'll find out in this debate shortly. We have had to make tough decisions because of the disaster left by the party opposite. But it is right to means test the winter fuel payment on grounds of fairness and fiscal sustainability. Most people accept that it makes no sense to pay hundreds of pounds to pensioners irrespective of their incomes. Those on the highest incomes do not need it, and there are many other calls on public spending. The government has, however, listened to concerns about the level of the means test. We are acting to make sure all lower-income pensioners receive support. The new individual £35,000 threshold is significantly above the income of pensioners in poverty and broadly in line with average earnings. It will mean that the vast majority, over 3/4 or 9 million pensioners, will benefit from a winter fuel payment. This change ensures that the means testing of winter fuel payments has no effect on pensioner poverty. Means testing the winter fuel payment in England and Wales, like this, will save around £450 million a year, subject to certification by the Office for Budget Responsibility, compared to the system of universal payments. It will cost around £1.25 billion in England and Wales, compared to the position last winter. Decisions about the situation in Scotland and Northern Ireland remain for their devolved administrations in the usual way. As the Prime Minister has previously set out, these are changes that will be fully funded at the next fiscal event, the autumn budget. That will ensure final costings and funding decisions come alongside the latest forecast from the OBR. We will ensure that the government's non-negotiable fiscal rules are met. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are setting out these changes before the summer to ensure more pensioners receive support this winter. Regulations will be laid in the coming months to ensure the payments are made, and tax changes will be legislated for in the Finance Bill. I want to spell out today clearly, pensioners do not need to do anything. Winter fuel payments will be paid automatically this winter to all pensioners who receive the state pension, pension credit, or anyone who has previously received a winter fuel payment. Similarly, payments will be recovered automatically through the tax system for those with an income over £35,000. Pensioners will also continue to receive wider support. Our pension credit take-up campaign has seen an almost 60,000 awards made. I want to thank the honourable members on both sides of this House, local authorities and charities for their work on that campaign. Over 12 million pensioners right across the UK are also benefiting from the triple lock. The full new state pension is set to increase by up to £1,900 a year over this Parliament as a result. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend that support for pensioners and this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary Helen Whately.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I feel for the honourable gentleman sent here today by his bosses to complete what must be the most humiliating climb down a government has ever faced in its first year in office. For nearly a year, the Conservatives have campaigned against this cut. And for nearly a year, they have tried to hold out. Just 4 weeks ago, I stood here and I asked him how long this tone-deaf final stand could go on for. Loyally, he held the line. He defended the cut one final time. He said their plan for pensioners was right on track. Well, today, Madam Deputy Speaker, he has been sent to end that courageous last stand. And, unless it's coming next, he has been sent without the one thing that pensioners up and down the country deserve, an apology. Yeah. Let's be clear. The government made a choice to cut the winter fuel payment. It is outrageous to claim that the economy has somehow improved from the day they made the cut, and they know it. In fact, by almost every metric, the opposite is true. Inflation was at the 2% target. Now it's 1.5 points higher. 150,000 more people are unemployed. Growth forecasts have been slashed in half by the OBR. And in the meantime, they've gone to town with the country's credit card. Borrowing is up. Debt is up. Who is the Chancellor trying to fool when she says she can certainly afford this when before she couldn't? The fact is, last winter, she gave pensioners fuel money to the unions. Now she realises how unpopular that was. So she's pretending everything has changed. Perhaps the most surprising thing is she thinks anyone is taken in. 50,000 pensioners plunged into poverty this year, according to their own analysis. 100,000 extra pensioners ended up in A&E this winter. Their mistake has hurt people, and it is cowardly not to own up to it. Just like the government's PIP reforms, there were no consultations, no proper assessments, just a self-righteous insistence that what they're doing should not be questioned. Yeah. Certainly, no thought for those actually affected, or concern for the anxiety that their government by press release is causing. This is what happens when a government comes into office with no plan and no principles, no idea what they want to achieve, and no idea how to achieve it. They just bumble from one mistake to another, breaking promise after promise. Did they think they could just try out new policies like you try a new mattress? Unwrap it, see how it feels, sleep on it for a while, but if it causes a political backache, send it back. This rushed reversal raises as many questions as it answers. It's clear that when the Prime Minister stood up and made his big U-turn announcement in PMQs, he had no plan and no idea how he was going to pay for it. It's a totally unfunded spending commitment. Where is the £1.25 billion needed to pay for this U-turn coming from? I note that the Minister has kicked that can down the road until the budget. They claim it won't permanently add to borrowing. So does this mean it will permanently add to taxation? And on the plan itself, is this really the best system of means testing they could come up with? Is he sure they have thought it through? Or is this going to unravel too? What happens if a pensioner earns over £35,000 a year through non-taxable income? Are they going to have to register for self-assessment and start filling out a tax return in their 80s or 90s? But if not, why should someone earning taxed income, who didn't, be disadvantaged? Is it fair that a millionaire pensioner and their spouse might receive a payment, but two people earning £36,000 won't? And what happens if someone dies in the period between receiving the payment and having to pay it back? Are they going to go after the deceased person's relatives? And two final questions, Madam Deputy Speaker. After all this, the savings for the Treasury this coming year may be as little as £50 million. Does he think it's worth it, and will he apologise?
Minister Bell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll deal directly with two of the questions raised because I think it is important to provide reassurance. The Honourable Lady, the Right Honourable Lady, asks about what happens with an estate of someone that is deceased, and I want to be really clear that no HMRC will never pursue any estate for the winter fuel payment alone. She also asks about the levels of savings. As I set out in my statement, the savings will be £450 million a year within England and Wales, and that is very clear, and that is a significant saving. But more broadly, the Honourable Lady talks about apology. She comes here as the party of Liz Truss and lectures anybody else about apology. She comes here as the party of flatlining wages, rising debt, 200,000 increase in pensioner poverty, and asks anybody else to apologise. I've never heard such nonsense. And then for all the sound of fury, she was on her most furious today, but we've listened to pensioners. We've also listened to her just now, and I still can't tell what their policy is. It's 11 months on. From all the rhetoric and the shouting, it sounds like she might support the means testing of winter fuel payments. After all, that was the policy of her leader. Before, her leader also supported means testing the entire state pension in one of her bolder moments. The honourable members opposite say that this isn't much comfort to pensioners, but Age UK say the exact opposite. Charity Director Caroline Abrahams has said this announcement is the right thing to do. Martin Lewis has said out it is a big improvement. Now we think. Well, I still. There's a lot of chuntering from the benches opposite. Maybe the backbenchers can work out what the front bench's policy is by the time they get to their feet in a few minutes' time. I have no idea what the Conservative Party's policy is whatsoever. More widely, when it comes to pensioners, this government's priorities are to raise the state pension and to rescue the NHS. The triple lock will see the state pension spending rise by £31 billion a year annually over this Parliament. £26 billion is being invested into the NHS because we inherited in England a disgraceful situation where more than 1 in 5 pensioners aged over 75 were on waiting lists. There is no excuse for that legacy of the party opposite, and neither of these progresses, raising the state pension or investing in the NHS, would be possible without the difficult decisions we have had to make on tax. Difficult decisions every party opposite has opposed. It is only this government that can provide that crucial support for pensioners, because we will do what is necessary to turn that support from rhetoric into reality.
Navandra Mishra, after which I will call Steve Darling. Navandra Mishra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think members on both sides of the House will have had a large volume of correspondence on this matter. So can I thank the Minister for his statement? Can I also ask him if he thinks this is the fair policy change, because it's saving our public services £450 million by ensuring that the wealthiest pensioners do not continue to receive the winter fuel payment?
Lister.
Well, my honourable friend sets out the principal case for means testing of the winter fuel payment very well indeed. I don't think anybody with common sense thinks that it's right that millionaires receive hundreds of pounds from the Exchequer each year towards their winter fuel payments. I think people have recognised that for years, and it's this government that is making the tough choice to say we will no longer pay the winter fuel payment in that way.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And what our country needs is stability, and I personally fear that this is from the book of how to botch running the country, because whilst the decision was wrong last year, and the Liberal Democrats have long campaigned against these proposals, and I think it's important to acknowledge people such as Independent Age, Silver Voices and Age UK, who've all driven this change. It is the right change, but a government that wobbles like this isn't giving that stability that we need for our economy. 300,000 pensioners in Devon and Cornwall have been worried sick about these proposals, so why not implement this approach 12 months ago? There's also grave concerns around people who are single pensioners, because the comms from the government is not clear on this. Can you give some clarity about single pensioner households? Also households where a pensioner is a higher rate earner and there's also a lower rate earner in that household. How will they be treated? But finally, can I have some assurances that the government will continue to push hard in respect of pension credit? Because for the poorest pensioners, that can offer £11,000 a year boost to their income, and that is the real way to tackle pensioner poverty in the UK.
I thank the honourable member for his comments and for his welcoming of this change. He called it the right change. He asked about different treatment of single and couple households, so I just can explain that in a bit more detail. Single households will receive the entire household winter fuel payment to the one individual, whether that's £200 or £300. If the individual's income is below £35,000, then they will keep that in full, and if the individual's income is above £35,000, then that will be recouped by HMRC unless they choose to opt out. With couples, the situation will be, for those not in receiving means-tested benefits, that they will be as it was before July 2024, which is split payments, half to each member of the household, and then they will be individually tested against the tax system. But I thank him for giving me the chance to clarify that, and can I entirely endorse his statement about pension credit. The reason we want to see higher rates of pension credit take-up is not because of winter fuel payment per se, because that is small relative to the financial gains that come from people who are entitled to a pension credit receiving it. So we absolutely must maintain the progress on pension credit take-up in the months and years ahead. And as I said in my statement, I do welcome the work that's been done by MPs in their constituencies and local authorities and charities in driving up those rates.
Rachel Muskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Ageing and Older People, I really do welcome the reinstatement of the winter fuel payments for 9 million pensioners. But since the announcement to remove it, the energy price cap has gone up £281. So would you have a look at the value of the winter fuel payment and perhaps turn to the industry, which over the last 5 years had profited by £207 billion, and perhaps they can make a greater contribution to help our poorest pensioners?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. She's right to raise questions about energy prices. Those are obviously issues actually for households of all ages that have been living through the cost of living crisis of recent years. If we look at what's happening with the energy price cap, the good news is obviously it will be coming down in July. I think everybody across this House would like to see it fall significantly further. But this government, though, has been taking steps already over the last 11 months to make sure that more households are getting support with energy bills. You'll have seen the consultation on the doubling of eligibility for warm homes discount. You'll have seen the work that is going on to significantly increase the spending on warm homes insulation, over £3 billion this year, and the extension of the household support fund. So right across the piece, for households of all ages, not just for pensioners, we do need to make sure this is a country where more people can afford to heat their homes.
Dame Harriet Colvin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the truth is that the Chancellor made a chilling political choice last July and has now had to make a screeching U-turn following pressure from people on all sides and outside this chamber. So will the Minister take this opportunity to send an apology to all the low-income pensioners in West Worcestershire and elsewhere who had to shiver through last winter?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I was saying, for low-income families right across the board, we do need to make sure that they are receiving the support we need. That's why we've set out changes to free school meals last week. It's why we'll be coming forward with a child poverty strategy in the weeks ahead. I've already explained why the original decision was taken and set out that we have listened. But the important thing is that it is right to maintain the principle of means testing of the winter fuel payments, but to do so with a higher threshold. And as I've set out, the changes we're bringing forward today will mean that the vast majority, over 3/4 of pensioners, will receive it in future.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome my honourable friend's announcement because this news will not only bring more money to Scotland, it also demonstrates a government that listens. The winter fuel payment is devolved in Scotland as it was at the time of the original announcement. And the SNP's current policy robs poorer pensioners to fund payments for millionaires. So does my honourable friend agree that the SNP must now re-examine their own policy in light of this game-changing announcement today? Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend because she's always quite right. I spoke to ministers in the devolved administrations today to set out in advance the details of this policy and to spell out, for example, to the ministers in Edinburgh, if they want to have a fairer system that means tests the winter fuel payment and the equivalent in Scotland from those on the highest incomes, then HMRC is ready to support that. But so far they have chosen not to means test a system, to have a system that is not fair to poorer pensioners.
Sir Ian Douglas-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, look, in politics all U-turns aren't always bad, and therefore this one is a welcome one from the government, as people will benefit. I simply say it would be helpful if you got up and said we made a mistake, but we're going to put it right. But that, by the by, is fair. I just want to ask him something else, because there are a group of people who are still suffering, and I've had many letters and communications, I'm sure many around the House have. Something like 750,000 pensioners who are eligible for pension credit and therefore theoretically winter fuel, put in for the winter fuel and have not received a single penny for last winter. Will he now commit at the dispatch box, whatever else the changes are, he will see this righted and they will receive the money that they should have had during the winter?
Minister.
I thank the right honourable member for that comment. I mean, he's right to highlight this question of low take-up of pension credit. That's what the 700,000 figure he's referring to. Unfortunately, that was true under the last government. As I say, we have seen unprecedented levels of pension credit applications over the last year because of the campaign that we and honourable members on both sides of this House have been involved in. That is very welcome indeed, but I'm absolutely agreeing with him that we need to keep momentum up on that. In terms of what we're doing in the short term, we are now writing to all new claims to housing benefit to, if we think they could be eligible for pension credit, to encourage them to apply. We're engaging in new research to look at what are the things that have worked to drive pension credit take-up, which largely looks like it is awareness of the benefit. And we are looking at better data sharing, yes, with local authorities, but also across central government departments, for example, between the Department for Worker Pensions and HMRC.
Frank McNally.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome today's announcement, and it is right that despite the horrendous financial situation that this government inherited from the party opposite, that it is reinstating the winter fuel payment for 75% of pensioners and critically targeting it, easy for me to say, at those in the most need. But following on from my honourable friend for Renfrewshire, can the Minister outline what discussions he expects to have moving forward with Scottish ministers around their universal approach to winter fuel in Scotland? Because at a time when public services in Scotland are facing significant peril, the SNP's position is to continue to give winter fuel to millionaires at a time of deep hardship for people in Scotland.
Well, I thank my honourable friend. He's right to highlight the targeting, and the level we've set, £35,000 for the means test threshold, ensures that it is well above the income levels of pensioners in poverty, and it's also around the average earnings level. On the question of policy in Scotland, an important principle of devolution is those are decisions for the Scottish Government, but they're also decisions that they will be held accountable for.
John Glenn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, over several fiscal events over 7 years, the option of removing the winter fuel payment from the wealthiest was resisted by the previous government because
there wasn't seen to be an effective rationing mechanism and there were considerable presentational challenges. Can the Minister confirm that pensioners with no mortgage, significant tax-wrapped savings in ISAs or VCTs, but with a monthly pension of £2,500 will still be fully entitled to receive the winter fuel payment?
Minister.
Well, I always enjoy discussing technical details with my right honourable friend. I think I've set the position out very clearly in the initial statement, which is where the means test is based on taxable income of £35,000. I think that answers the right honourable member's question.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The original decision to cut winter fuel payment was the wrong decision. Today's decision is the right decision and a much fairer decision. It will mean in my constituency of Bradford East, 2,000 more pensioners, quite rightly, will now get the winter fuel payment again. Now, it's clear the government has listened. So I ask them to listen again to the growing calls in this chamber and scrap their planned devastating cuts to disability support.
Minister.
I thank my right honourable friend for his question and for his welcoming of today's policy announcement. I will continue to discuss with him all aspects of how his constituents are treated within the social security system. On the wider questions he raises, obviously the government has set out his position, and I think the position of most people in the country is that we can't continue with a position where 1 in 8 young people are out of work, or where we're seeing 1,000 people a day flowing onto personal independence payment. We need a better system focusing on supporting those that can work into work, as my right honourable friend is setting out the case. I don't think leaving the status quo as it is a position that anybody should support.
Wendy Morton.
Madam Deputy Speaker, no matter how the Minister tries to dress this up, the Chancellor made a monumental political mistake last year. And whilst I welcome the news of reinstating the payment, it's cold comfort to those pensioners who missed out last year, who faced the really difficult choices over the winter. So will he look at it again and reinstate the winter fuel payment to all those who missed out?
Minister.
Well, I mean, this is why I'm confused, because what is the position of the Conservative Party? Is it to support means testing of the winter fuel payment? Yes or no? Yes. Is it to support means testing of the winter fuel payment, or are you going to send the Shadow Chancellor out to his speech?
Order. Are you going to send? I don't think he's speaking to the chair. Minister, briefly.
As I was saying, is the Conservative Party going to send out the Shadow Chancellor to give a speech where I can't tell whether he's apologising for Liz Truss or not, and then the very next week come to this House and call for universal... if they're calling for universal winter fuel payments, then they need to set out how that will be funded. This is a government that has made its choice. It is right to means test the winter fuel payment because millionaires should not be receiving it. And if the party opposite doesn't know what its policy is on this, it won't on anything else either.
Blair McDougall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I haven't met anyone who thinks that millionaires should get the winter fuel payment, perhaps other than John Swinney. But I did meet a lot of constituents who felt the threshold was too low, and the government has recognised that today. However, the Minister knows better than most that while some pensioners do still struggle, pensioner poverty has fallen in recent times, whereas child poverty has gone in the opposite direction. Will he use some of that nearly £500 million which has been saved from this measure to direct it towards the grandchildren rather than the grandparents, and to where poverty is most acute in our society?
Minister.
Well, again, as always, I thank my honourable friend for his well-put thoughts. He is absolutely right that pensioner poverty has fallen significantly, halving under the last Labour government before unfortunately rising by 200,000 under the party opposite. But we mustn't be complacent about that headline of falling pensioner poverty, because there are wider problems. Well, I'm glad the honourable member welcomes it, because the point I was coming on to is the stagnating incomes of working age households under the last Labour government moved across to stagnant incomes for pensioners and no falls in absolute poverty for pensioners under the party opposite. And there are also subsets of pensioners where we do see lasting problems in terms of single pensioners, private renters and others. So I think it is important to see it in the round. But he's absolutely right to say that we must move further on child poverty. You'll have seen the announcement in England on free school meals last week with consequentials for the devolved administrations, and we will come forward further with a child poverty strategy soon.
Will Forster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do welcome this government's U-turn. Countless pensioners in Woking have suffered last winter. I'm pleased that won't continue. The Minister stated that £36,000 is the threshold he has chosen, the government have chosen, because that is the average earnings. Will the government commit to increasing that threshold going forward when average earnings rise?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question. It's an important one. So there's always a judgment in choosing a threshold for any means-tested benefit, and I want to be completely straight with the House about that. We've chosen a threshold that will ensure that pensioners, that the threshold is well above the income level of pensioners in poverty, and will also ensure that over 3/4 of pensioners will be receiving the benefit of winter fuel payment in England and Wales. He is right that it is currently in line with average earnings. I think it's important for clarity for pensioners, the point his own spokesperson made just now, that we will be leaving the 35,000 threshold at the level of it is, as all thresholds in the income tax system are frozen for the coming years, so that pensioners know that that is the threshold, so there's no surprises that come, and the decisions about future uprating will be for future budgets.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I very much welcome the Minister's statement today. It's the right thing to do to lift pensioners out of poverty. And I'm sure that both he and the Chancellor also agree that it's right to lift children out of poverty. So can he reassure this House that he and the Chancellor are doing all they can to outline plans to lift the two-child cap on universal credit as soon as possible?
Minister.
Well, as my honourable friend knows, we've said clearly that all levers to reduce child poverty are on the table. The child poverty strategy will be published in the autumn, but we're not waiting for that. We've already seen action, as I said earlier, on free school meals. It's another reason why we do need to see more support for energy bills, in particular for insulating homes, because if we look at who is struggling most, having to turn off their heating, it is actually younger families with children that are struggling with that. So she's absolutely right to raise this issue. It is one of the core purposes of this government. We cannot carry on with a situation where large families, huge percentages of them, are in poverty.
Simon Paul.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I assume because the Minister can't find the word sorry in his vocabulary this afternoon, he will still expect pensioners in North Dorset and elsewhere to be saying thank you to him for this screeching U-turn. But just a few weeks ago, what he has announced today was predicted to be financial Armageddon. When should the City of London, mortgage payers and everybody else now expect the run on the pound, which was predicted by the Leader of the Commons?
Minister.
Well, what this government is doing is sorting out the public finance mess left by the party opposite. What we are doing is not repeating their irresponsibility. All other parties opposite oppose all of the tax rises set out in the autumn budget, yet claim they support the spending on the NHS, on pensions, and they cannot have it both ways. The party of Liz Truss has not learnt its lesson.
Catherine Atkinson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, no one that I've spoken to in Derby thinks that millionaires should be receiving the winter fuel allowance. But many will welcome the lifting of the threshold so that more people receive it. Would the Minister agree that this shows government listening, it shows money being targeted at where it's needed, and it shows what can be done with a stable economy?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is completely right. As I say, we've set the threshold at a level that means the vast majority of pensioners, not just in her constituency, but right the way across England and Wales, will receive support in the coming winter. And importantly, we're announcing it now to make sure that those payments can be made in time for this winter.
Brendan O'Hara.
Speaker, last year, when the Chancellor slashed the winter fuel allowance, she told us it was both necessary and urgent and the responsible thing to do. Turns out, Madam Deputy Speaker, it wasn't necessary or urgent or the responsible thing to do after all. So is he going to apologise to those millions of pensioners who were put through the ringer so cruelly and so unnecessarily? I think he knows that they deserve an apology from this government. And having performed one U-turn, will they now do the same for the country's poorest families and abolish the two-child cap?
Well, I thank the member opposite for his question. I've just referred to the progress that does need to be made, not just in England and Wales, but in Scotland on reducing child poverty. We'll be setting out that strategy in the coming months, and he's absolutely right to say that we should all want to see very significant progress on that in the years ahead. When it comes to the winter fuel payment in England and Wales, obviously the equivalent benefit is devolved in Scotland, so that's a question for ministers in Edinburgh.
Pamela Nash. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the decision today and I'm delighted to hear this announcement from the Minister. And this is clear, let's be crystal clear, this is a direct result of the progress that this Labour government is making in turning around our economy. But for my constituents, however, the future of the winter fuel payment or the equivalent lies in the hands of the Scottish Government. Can the Minister confirm that the Barnett consequentials to Scotland as a result of today's announcement will exceed what Scottish Government is already planning to spend on their equivalent of the winter fuel allowance? And join me in urging the Scottish Government to follow suit and ensure that the additional funds that are provided due to today's decision will restore the winter fuel payment to all of those who need it and not to those who do not.
Order! Please be seated. I don't need any help in managing the chamber, but questions need to be short. Minister, let's have a sharp answer.
Well, my short answer is that wages have grown in the first 10 months of this government faster than in the first 10 years of the party opposite. Interest rates have been cut by 4 times, so she's absolutely right to say progress is being made, and that needs to be continued, and we need to ensure that more people feel the benefits of that growth in their pockets. And the changes we're making to winter fuel payments today are one of those, and I can confirm that there will be a block grant adjustment exactly as she sets up.
Esther McVeigh.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I appreciate this has been a humiliation for the Chancellor and her credibility is intact. No wonder she's not here today to announce her own U-turn. But now that she and the government has got a taste for climb down, can I urge them, through the Minister who unfortunately drew the short straw today, to reverse the equally ridiculous national insurance contribution rises, which is destroying jobs, and the inheritance tax changes, which is destroying farms and family businesses?
Minister.
Well, it's usual for a minister to stand up and thank the honourable member for their question, but I actually mean it in this case, because she completely proved my point that this is a party opposite that has learnt no lessons whatsoever, that thinks it can come to this chamber, call for more spending, oppose every tax rise and expect to ever be taken seriously again. They will not.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a Labour MP who voted against the winter fuel payment cuts, I very much welcome this change in position, but can I urge the Minister and the Government to learn the lessons of this? And one of the lessons is listen to backbenchers. If the Minister and the Government listen to backbenchers, that can help the Government get it right, help the Government avoid getting it wrong. And so what we don't want is to be here in a year or two's time with a Minister sent to the dispatch box after not listening to backbenchers on disability benefit cuts, making another U-turn again. Listen now, and we can help the Government to get it right.
Well, it's important to listen to backbenchers, to frontbenchers. It's even important to listen to members opposite on occasion, particularly when they're digging their own grave in terms of their party policies. But much more seriously, the point the honourable member raised is important, which is everybody on this side of the House wants to make sure this is a fairer country, that is growing again, that wages are growing, that poverty is falling, that inequality is coming down. That is what we need to deliver. Sometimes that will involve tough choices, including all the ones the lady opposite opposes. and those will need to be made because we're a party of government, not a party of protest, but we're in the interests of our values and of a fairer country and a fairer Britain.
Saki Bhatti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister comes to this House almost triumphantly after having voted to take away this winter fuel cut months before, minimum months before winter, and now he says that we should be thanking him for this reinstatement. Anguish, anxiety, uncertainty, that's what my pensioners suffered. Will he apologise?
Minister.
Well, I mean, he's trying to put words in my mouth that he won't succeed. We have been very clear. What I said in my statement is that we've come to the House today, before the summer recess, particularly to deal with the issue he's raising, which is to provide absolute certainty for pensioners in England and Wales that they will be receiving the winter fuel payment this winter if their incomes are below £35,000. I agree with him. That is a really important level of certainty to provide, and that is why I'm here today.
Sorry. Another reminder for colleagues, questions must be short, as must answers, otherwise many colleagues, many will be disappointed. Mohammed Yassin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I share the deep concerns of my constituents about the loss of winter fuel payment, which the Minister would know I relayed to the Department. I'm glad that the Government has acted on these concerns and reviewing the threshold so that the majority of pensioners will receive the payment this winter again. Does the Minister agree that in stabilising the economy, we are now in a better position to do what the Labour governments have always done best, protect the vulnerable in our society?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. I mean, that is exactly the point I've just made, that what are Labour governments here for? Building a fairer Britain. What did the last Labour government do? Bring down child poverty, halve pensioner poverty, raise wages year after year after year, and that is what this government will do again.
Alison Bennett.
Speaker, I've listened to the Minister's statement and read the words too, and nowhere in that can I see an explanation of why this decision has come now, 11 months after it was first announced last July. So I asked the Minister, why has this decision come now? And will we have to wait another 11 months for the government to rethink its cuts to the disability benefits?
I thank the honourable lady for her question. I've just set out in my response to the honourable member why we're making this announcement now, which is to make sure that the payments can be made in time for this winter. I've not hidden from the fact that we've made a difficult decision last year to means test the winter fuel payment. That is the right choice to have made, but we have listened, and that is why we are setting out a higher means test. I have directly answered the honourable member's question. That is important, but we do need to make some tough decisions. I know the Liberal Democrats want a universal winter fuel payment. They think it's right to pay hundreds of pounds to millionaires. I just take a different view, and I think it's that kind of wishful thinking that created a Liberal Democrat government after 2010 that promised to scrap tuition fees and ended up trebling them.
Christine Sullivan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement today, which I know will be greatly welcomed by my constituents in Bathgate and Linlithgow. For over 14 years we became used to a government that didn't listen and didn't change course when circumstances changed. So I, for one, am grateful that we have a Labour government that does. Whilst there was an uptick in pension credit, will the Minister recommit to working with local government and devolved administrations to increase the numbers of those in receipt of pension credit so that pensioners on lowest incomes don't lose out and get the support they need?
My honourable friend makes a really important point, and whatever the views in this House today, I would say to all honourable members, if anybody has suggestions for ways we can continue to drive up pension credit, making sure the poorest pensioners get the support that they are entitled to, I would always be happy to talk to them.
Judy Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, the Minister's superiors, as my honourable friend from North Dorset ably recalled, told us that there would be a run on the pound unless pensioners took a hit on winter fuel. Since every economic indicator's got worse last year, can he tell us if the pound is safe with this U-turn, or was this just another example of his seniors talking utter bilge to justify their terrible decisions?
I mean, the member opposite is talking bilge. Growth is at the highest in the G7 in the first quarter of this year. Interest rates are down 4 times. Wages have risen faster in 10 months than they increased over 10 years of the party opposite. What is happening is that we're sorting out their mess and putting Britain on a better track.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Minister agree that with us now being the fastest growing economy in the G7, interest rates being cut 4 times, now is the time to ensure that our public services will be protected. Those rich pensioners who do not need the fuel payment to heat their homes will not get the fuel allowance, but those who do need the winter fuel allowance to heat their homes will.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I feel like I should have gotten out of the way because my honourable friend has given the rebuttal to the honourable lady opposite directly afterwards. He's completely right, but the details of exactly the important points he raises, which is a Labour government investing in public services, ending austerity, that is what we will be in this House on Wednesday hearing about, and I look forward to hearing the party opposite explain how they try to support that spending but oppose every tax rise necessary to make it happen.
Ben Lake.
Minister's statement this afternoon, not least because it will offer much support and reassurance to so many of my constituents in Ceredigion Preseli. As you will be aware, no system is perfect and mistakes will be made. So can I ask, for those who are entitled but for whatever reason don't receive the winter fuel payment, will there be an appeals mechanism?
Well, I thank my honourable friend and my near neighbour for his question. I mean, no bureaucracy is perfect, but in those cases we don't need an appeals mechanism. We just need to make sure those people receive it absolutely as soon as possible. As I say, we are coming forward with a decision now to make sure that we can automatically pay winter fuel payments to people in receipt of all the benefits I mentioned before, but also who previously received winter fuel payments. And the success rate of that payment mechanism is strong, and that is why I've come forward to make this announcement today. If any honourable members have any constituents in that situation, though, obviously please do get in touch immediately.
Jacob Collier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Government's decision today and also thank them for listening to people from across the House. Many of my older constituents live in houses that aren't energy efficient, which results in higher bills. So can he say more about what the Government is doing to increase energy efficiency in homes, to keep them warmer and bring down bills?
This is such an important point. One of the biggest mistakes we have made in previous decades is to say, oh, we won't see the benefits of work to improve the quality of the housing stock for years, so let's slash it. That's exactly what happened in 2013 when there was a 90% cut in the level of insulations under the eco scheme, and we're paying for the price for that ever since. This government is not going to make this mistake. My honourable friend, the Energy Secretary, has been ramping up the level of the Warm Homes programme. We need to be out there insulating homes, improving lofts every day until Britain has a housing stock it can be proud of.
Many of my elderly constituents in South West Wiltshire had an unnecessarily cold and miserable winter, and the uncertainty that the Minister constantly refers to was of his government's own making. Will he take this opportunity to apologise to my constituents?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, but he's right to highlight that we need to be providing support for older people, but actually for all households with their energy bills right through the year, and that is what this government has been doing. We have not been waiting. As I say, the Warms Home discount is being extended to an extra almost 3 million households. We're rolling out the improvements to the insulation programmes I have just mentioned. The Household Support Fund has been extended for future years. That is exactly what we need to do, while at the same time improving our energy security and our energy generation for the future, to make sure that we do not in future see the disaster of the last 5 years, where global wholesale gas prices send electricity and gas prices here in the UK through the roof.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I thank the Minister for his statement today, which will be warmly welcomed by constituents in North Warwickshire and Bedworth, particularly those pensioners that were just above the threshold and lost out last winter. But would he agree with me that it's measures like rolling out free breakfast clubs like the one that I visited this morning at Goodyears End Primary School that are really making a difference to tackling poverty, and that is what this government is doing across the board in all age groups?
Well, I couldn't agree more with the honourable lady. We need to make sure that we are seeing child poverty fall, that we're seeing extra help for families with food, for free school meals, as well as through the breakfast clubs that she mentions. And we also need to see more progress on pensioner poverty. That's why today we are saying that the threshold level will be well above the levels of incomes of pensioners who are in poverty. We do not want to see that in the years ahead, and that's exactly why we've made this change today.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. While the government buried its head in the sand, countless pensioners suffered, like my constituent who, despite having a terminal disease, had to cut back on heating and food, spending the winter, I quote, freezing cold. Can the Minister explain why no impact assessments were conducted last year before winter fuel payments were stripped from millions of pensioners?
Well, I thank her for that question, but the equalities analysis was done, and then unusually the poverty impact analysis was also published by over the last year, so I don't agree with the statement she has just made. But she's right to say that we do need to make sure we're improving things for pensioners. As I said before, this government's priority is to keep raising the state pension, and it's to rescue the NHS. As I said, 1 in 5 over 75-year-olds are currently on NHS waiting lists, and the funding to make that happen is only possible because of the tax rises that I stand here week in, week out, and hear the Liberal Democrats oppose.
Mrs Webb.
I welcome the Minister's announcement today and the changing course from the government. There was many of us that were uneasy about the low threshold for the winter fuel, especially in deprived communities like mine that have got the most deprived borough in the country. So will the Minister ensure my constituents today that all pensioners will automatically receive the new winter fuel allowance and the threshold and won't have to do a single thing in the winter to come?
This is an absolutely crucial point and has been central to the work we've done to decide on the policy today. We want a system that is automatic in the payments, so pensioners do not need to do anything to claim the payments, and is automatic for those who have incomes above £35,000, so they do not have to take action if they need to have the funding recouped, unless they choose to opt out. He's absolutely right. We need a simple system that supports pensions.
Dr Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do wonder, as the honourable gentleman talks about the NHS, whether he recognises a number of elderly who had to use the NHS as a result of having been culled as a result of his policies. But I want to ask him a very specific question. He said all pensioners with incomes up to and including $35,000 will benefit from this support. He also said individual pensioners with a taxable income above $35,000 will have it recovered through the tax system. What happens where in a household there are 2 individuals over the age of the winter fuel competency where one earns more than 35 and the other earns less? Will they get some, all or half of it?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. I think I've answered this question, but I'm happy to lay it out again if that's helpful. There's a long-standing principle, I think supported by all parties in this House, of individual taxation. So for those families where a couple, for example, when they're not receiving a means-tested benefit, they will each receive half of their household's winter fuel payment, and then whether they continue to keep that or it's recouped through the tax system will be based on their individual taxable income. So for example, if one, in the situation she's raising, has an income of above £35,000, that will be recouped by HMRC automatically, but if the other one has an income level below £35,000, they will retain the winter fuel payment. I hope that clarifies it.
Polly Billington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wonder if my honourable friend would help me clear up something. The parties opposite seem to claim that they urged us to make this decision, but that's not true, is it? What they actually urged us to do was to give winter fuel payments to millionaires at the expense of our public services. Could my honourable friend clear that up?
Well, I can clear it up in the case of the Liberal Democrats and Reform, who have the same policy, and not for the first time, I might add, which does appear to be definitely to pay winter fuel payments to millionaires. I have no idea what the position of the party opposite is, and I've been here for an hour and a quarter, and I've been here for months, when I still, over the last 11 months, have not been able to fathom what the Conservative Party's policy is. I think the Conservative Party's policy is not to learn any lesson from Liz Truss.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the hokey-cokey nature of this policy, where in the general election that well-known political giant, a Labour spokesman, said that Labour had no plans to change winter fuel, within weeks they had cruelly cut it from millions of pensioners, and 13 months later he is performing this screeching U-turn, can he give an assurance at that dispatch box that this isn't just for this winter, but is for every winter in this Parliament?
Yes, absolutely. I thank my member for the question. The question point raised earlier about certainty for pensioners, I think, is important, which I think is the point he is raising. As I said in response to an earlier question, we're setting the 35,000 threshold so that people are aware of that in the coming months. It's a round number, and we don't intend to change that in the years ahead. In the further future, yes, there will be questions about uprating to be taken in the normal way.
Nadia Whitto.
I welcome that the government has responded to the huge public pressure and is re-expanding eligibility for winter fuel payments. Now I'm concerned that we're about to make a similar mistake that we once again come to regret by cutting disability benefits. So will the Treasury drop those cuts before they cause harm to our constituents, instead of reversing them after the fact? I've listened carefully to what my honourable friend has said on this. To be clear, I'm not asking him to keep the status quo or not to support people into work. I'm simply asking him not to cut disabled people's benefits.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question, and we always have interesting conversations. The Disability Minister will have heard the point that has been raised. All I would gently say is that if we look at the forecast for the numbers of people receiving personal independence payments. Those are for the numbers receiving them to continue to grow every single year in the years ahead, after the changes being set out by this government. And that's an important point that does get lost sometimes in this debate.
Ellie Chowns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the government finally listening to the public and doing a U-turn on winter fuel. It is long overdue. But a truly strategic approach to tackling fuel poverty means making sure that every home is affordable to heat, well insulated. So will the government commit to investing in the national asset that is our housing stock and properly funding the Warm Homes programme so that nobody, no pensioner, no child, nobody is condemned to fuel poverty in a cold home?
Yes, that's exactly what we are doing, and we are funding it because we're a government that knows it needs to make difficult decisions and will make them to make sure we can deliver priorities like investing in a better housing stock.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this news that will mean more pensioners in Bracknell Forest receive this important benefit and the government's recommitment to the triple lock. But does the Minister agree that a Conservative party that cannot decide if it supports giving fuel payments to millionaires, cannot decide if it backs the triple lock, can't even decide if Liz Truss is a member or not, has no position governing this country ever again?
Well, obviously I agree with my honourable member in lots of ways, but it's really important to dwell on the point he made at the beginning of his question, which is, as I say, under these changes, the vast majority of pensioners, over 3/4, will be receiving the winter fuel payments this winter. And we can give them that reassurance, which is what we need to provide, that they do not need to do anything for that to happen, and they do not need to do anything even if they are on a higher income.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister's at pains to say that pensioners don't have to do anything to get this payment, but of course pensioners did have to do something. They had to write to, email and call Labour MPs and tell them this cut was wrong. Given the justification Labour MPs gave at the time was the economic circumstances, and that inflation is higher, unemployment is higher and growth is otherwise lower than it was going to be, doesn't he agree that the time for Labour MPs to listen was before the cut, not after?
No, because this government was formed on the back of disastrous public finances, of a party opposite that announced public spending commitments with not a penny to pay for them. So we are not going to apologise for doing the right thing to put this country back on an even keel.
Sam Rushworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 3rd of September, I came to this House and I said that I represent England's coldest and snowiest constituency, where people, even on a living wage, can be in fuel poverty, and that includes children as well as pensioners. And that's why, as the Minister knows, I've not only pressed the government for the changes that he's announced today, but also to widen the eligibility criteria of the Warmer Homes Discount Scheme, which is the smartest mechanism we have for tackling genuine fuel poverty. And he's only gone and done both of those things. So can I thank the Minister for listening, not to me, but listening to the people that I represent on that issue? And can I ask him what assessment has been made of the impact of that in lifting children out of fuel poverty?
Well, I obviously thank my honourable friend for his question, but I have to disagree with it, which is I don't deserve any credit for the doubling of eligibility for the Warm Homes discount. The Energy Minister, who is in her place at the front here, is the one that deserves that. In terms of estimates of fuel poverty, what we know is that we should see over 5 million households benefiting from the Warm Homes discount next year, and that will make a real difference to households right across the country.
Jim Allister.
Thank you. I greatly welcome this overdue U-turn. But if 35,000 is now the correct cap, why then did the government impose misery on millions of pensioners last winter? And isn't the basic element, when you get something wrong, you say sorry? It's not enough to say, oh, look at all the things the Conservative Party did. That's not the point. The point is, this government thinks it's better than everyone else, so why will it not say sorry?
Well, what this government has been getting on with over the course of the last year is providing more support for pensioners, raising the state pension and the triple lock, making sure that extending the household support fund, making sure that we are investing in the NHS, which is the single biggest betrayal of pensioners in England at the current time. That is what we've been getting on with. We've now come forward, recognising that we do support the principle of means testing of the winter fuel payment, but have listened and looked again at the level of the threshold, and that's what I've set out today.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy
Speaker. I very much welcome the raising of the threshold for winter fuel allowance. I'm sure, as the Minister knows, this is the concern I had with the means testing, although means testing as a principle is absolutely correct. In Morecambe and Lunesdale, I have an older than average population, so can the Minister assure me that my pensioners won't have to do anything special, any application, or do anything particular to get their winter fuel allowance?
I can absolutely give my honourable friend that reassurance. We want to make sure that the vast majority of pensioners will be able to receive winter fuel payments, and then we want to make that as absolutely easy as possible, and that means making it automatic.
Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister seems unable to say sorry, but does he at least regret the more than 90,000 more elderly people who went to A&E last winter, as opposed to the year before, the last winter under the Conservative government?
Well, I think we know that over the last few years, as energy bills have risen for all households, far too many people have been struggling right since 2020. That's absolutely right, and that is what this government is focusing on addressing. We need to do that, as I've said, through the Warm Homes discount. We need to do it through the Warm Homes scheme, providing the insulation that the honourable lady opposite mentioned earlier. We need to do it right across the board. In the long run, we need to do it by fixing our broken energy system.
Louise Jones.
I've spoken to many in North East Derbyshire who have acknowledged that whilst we shouldn't give this payment to millionaires, nonetheless have been deeply concerned that the threshold for means testing was too low. Can the Minister reassure my constituents that those who are eligible will not have to apply for this benefit?
I absolutely can. We need to make sure, as I've said, that we need to provide the reassurance that the vast majority of pensioners will receive this support and they will have to do nothing to get it in their banks.
Mike Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The cut to winter fuel allowance and the subsequent U-turn have caused much anguish, distress and misery to the Parliamentary Labour Party. And judging by the questions from his own backbenches, it seems that we're going to have two further U-turns on PIP and on the two-child benefit cap. So to save his colleagues the anguish, will he let us know now when those U-turns are coming?
Well, what Labour MPs want to see is a Labour government bringing down child poverty, and that's what we're going to do. What Labour MPs want to see is a government that can take the responsible decisions, including difficult ones on tax and on means testing the winter fuel payment, so that we can invest in public services and turn around the disgrace that has become Britain's public realm for far too long.
Alison Hume.
Speaker, I welcome this announcement, as will the 26,000 pensioners in my constituency of Scarborough and Whitby, where we have particularly cold and harsh winters. Can the Minister reassure my constituents that automatic payments will be reinstated and advise if there will be any change to the date on which these payments will be made?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. I'm obviously not going to start adjudicating on who has the coldest constituency in England that she's invited me to get involved in, but the point she raises is really important. It actually hasn't been raised by honourable members yet, so I should spell that out. We will be bringing forward, as I said, the regulations over this summer for the payment of winter fuel payments. That will set the qualifying week for the 15th of September, as in past years, and that means that payments will be made in November and December, as in past years.
John Lamont.
Thank you very much. A shocking 75% of Scottish pensioners said they were left cold in their homes last winter. So does the Minister agree with me that the Scottish Government must use the additional funding from today's announcements to ensure pensioners in Scotland receive a winter fuel payment at the same level it was at under the last Conservative Government?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. As I'm sure he is well aware, those are decisions for the Scottish Government. But as I've said earlier in this debate, I've spoken to the relevant ministers in the Scottish Government today. There will be a block grant adjustment to reflect this higher spending in England and Wales, and then those decisions are for the Scottish Government.
Jill Sherman.
Speaker, I thank the Minister for his statement, and I also thank him for the extensive amount of time he spent with the Work and Pension Select Committee last week. Our inquiry on pensioner poverty has found that this issue is multifaceted and complex. So can the Minister assure me that he will work cross-government on a policy that will make sure that pensioner poverty is a thing of the past?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. This is a really important point about the complexity of pensioner poverty. I'll just give one example that doesn't get mentioned in these discussions often enough, which is that the growth rates, the value people are getting, the returns on every pound saved into a private pension needs to be absolutely as strong as possible, because those private pensions are what is supporting the living standards of our pensioners. So we need to have a pension industry focused on driving the best possible value for savers.
Dr Neil Shastri-Hurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And there appears to be universal support for this Damascene conversion by the government. But can they set out, having told pensioners last year that the right course of action was to scrap the winter fuel payment for millions, they now tell them that a means-based system is the right course of action? How can pensioners possibly believe anything the government actually says?
Well, I think did we actually get a Conservative Party policy there? Was the honourable member saying they do support the announcement today? So that's a no. We don't have an answer yet after an hour and 10 minutes about what the Conservative Party's policy is. I can give the honourable member the answer he would like, which is yes, we will provide certainty that this is the policy of this government.
We could have gone faster in the last hour and 10 minutes if the Minister was faster with his answers. Jessica Toll.
I've worked hard with Citizens Advice BCP in my Bournemouth West constituency to get pensioners onto pension credit. But on the doors I've met far too many people, especially single women, who are £1 to even £10 over the threshold for pension credit. So can I welcome the statement and thank the Minister for listening to the concerns of my constituents about the threshold? And does he agree that this policy shows the difference between this government and the last, doing what's necessary to get stability in our economy, what's fair to get money back into our public services, and what's right to protect the vulnerable in our society?
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for her question, but can I also particularly thank her for her hard work on driving up take-up of pension credit, because that, forget winter fuel payments, that is a really important lifeline for low-income pensioners. It's worth an average of £4,000 to those receiving it, and far too many are missing out. So thank you to her for that work, and I hope it continues.
Bobby Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's U-turn is an astonishing victory against the government, whose support has dried up in less than a year in office. When the government announced their cruel cut to the winter fuel payment, costing 64,000 Bradford District pensioners vital support, experts across the country warned that up to 4,000 lives could be at risk as they were forced to choose between heating and eating. So I ask the Minister now, the majority of the winter fuel payment has been restored. Does the government dare to produce a figure for how many pensioners may have lost their lives as a result of the government's choice to remove the winter fuel allowance previously?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. I would say it's a serious matter. There are poorer households of all ages who have been struggling with energy bills in recent years. We do, as all of us across this House, I'm sure, want to see those problems be addressed. We've also seen higher than we'd like increases in food prices over the last few years, and it's lower income households that do spend a higher proportion of their budgets on essentials like food, like energy and like housing. And it's the policy of this government to make sure that we are dealing with all those issues.
Wall.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the median average income of a pensioner in Rochdale is £15,000. That's way below the amount we expect people to live on a national living wage. Yeah. So can I thank today's announcement? And does it prove that the government has listened not just to MPs across there, but MPs in the Labour Party who've pushed for this for so long, and more importantly, that it's listened to pensioners that we represent?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. He's right to say that we did have to make difficult decisions last year, and I understand that the honourable members on this side of the House have raised those with us. That's why we've looked again at the threshold, sticking to the principle of means testing, but setting out a higher threshold so that the vast majority of pensions, over 3/4, will now receive winter fuel payments.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the partial reinstatement of the winter fuel payment. When we met, the Minister and I discussed the cliff edge that existed last winter, and it meant that people in receipt of pension credit could, in some cases, leapfrog the income of people in receipt of a small private pension. Can the Minister indicate whether this new means test that he's talked about today will remove that eligibility cliff edge?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I remember discussing exactly that point with him. What I would say is that all means tests have pros and cons, but by having a much higher threshold, and in particular a higher threshold relative to the actual level of the payment, £100 or £200 being received by individuals, the challenges he's talking about very large unfairnesses where small differences in income lead to large differences in outcomes is far reduced.
Richard Baker.
Deputy Speaker. I used to work for Age Scotland, so can I say how welcome it is that the government have listened to older people's charities with today's announcement, which I understand will mean some £100 million additional funding for these payments in Scotland. Will my honourable friend agree SNP ministers should now rethink their own plans and instead endorse Scottish Labour's plans, first proposed last November, which would mean more generous payments for those pensioners who need them most?
Well, I'm glad to hear my honourable friend's life history in his previous role, and I would say if you look at what charities representing older people have put out over the course of the last few hours, it is encouraging. As I said earlier, Age UK have said it's the right thing to do and something that will bring much-needed reassurance for older people and their families.
Joe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I appreciate that the Minister didn't get a chance to spend long on the backbenches, such as been his accelerated rise up the ministerial pole. But would he like to spare a thought for his former backbench colleagues and join me in thanking and congratulating that small band of Labour backbenchers who went public and broke cover and opposed this dreadful policy?
Well, I agree with him that we should welcome all Labour backbenchers because they're the people that go through the lobbies every day to keep a Labour government in place that's saving public services, taking tough but fair decisions on tax opposed by all the parties opposite, rescuing our public services, driving down poverty. That's what a Labour government's about, and that's what everyone in this House agrees about.
Neil Duncan-Jordan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome today's statement. As one of the MPs that spoke against the decision to means test the winter fuel payment last year, I pay tribute to all those campaigners who've lobbied hard for a change in policy. Does the Minister therefore agree that means testing has once again failed and effectively what we're seeing today is the return of Labour's commitment to universalism and using the taxation system to get the money back from those who are better off?
I thank my right honourable friend for his question. I think I agree in the sense that the tax system is a progressive tax system, and that is the purpose for which it is being used in this case, to drive fairer outcomes for pensioners, where millionaires do not receive the benefit of a winter fuel payment, but all lower and middle income pensioners do.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Northern Ireland Executive is to receive a consequential budget adjustment. Can I ask the Minister when they will receive that to make sure that our Northern Ireland pensioners actually get a winter fuel payment in the winter coming?
I absolutely recognise the question the honourable member is raising. I've spoken to the Northern Ireland Executive today. He's absolutely right to say that we will make sure that they receive the adjustments to the budget in year to provide the same support in line with the principle of parity under which the social security system in Northern Ireland operates. So the answer is yes, that support and that funding will be there.
John Davis.
Away from the knockabouts of Westminster politics, myself and people in Telford will be welcoming this change. The means testing principle was the right thing to do, but the level was too low. Does my honourable friend agree with me that millionaires and MPs who happen to be pensionable age, together with those people who are living abroad, should not receive this payment?
I almost always agree with my honourable friend, so the answer is yes, and he does give me an opportunity to provide a point of clarification which I've not covered so far in the last hour or so, which is that this payment will continue not to be exportable outside for those not resident in the UK.
Peter Bedford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Minister agree with me that those pensioners who missed out on their payment in the winter of 2024 but who would now qualify under the current rules should be reimbursed for the money they lost?
Well, my view is that all pensioners are being supported by our higher level of the basic state pension and the new state pension, supported by the difficult decisions this government has been able to take. All pensioners will be supported by a functioning NHS, which is what we are putting in place after the disgrace of the last 14 years. And directly to his question, we are setting out the system for future years, not for the past.
Douglas McAllister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this is very welcome news that will bring even more money to Scotland on top of the record funding settlement our Chancellor delivered in the budget. Does the Minister agree with me that my constituents in Western Bartonshire fear the Scottish Government and John Swinney's plans to pay out just £100 in Scotland? Those who need it most will now get more in England and Wales than the SNP will pay out to pensioners in Scotland. Double, in fact, because they seem determined to pay out to the very wealthiest millionaires in Scotland. Should they rethink this?
Here.
Well, I can't compete with my honourable friend for making a powerful case that the SNP government in Edinburgh does need to think again.
Monica Harding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my constituency of Evesham Walton, over 15,500 pensioners lost the winter fuel allowance, of which 5,000 of them were over 80. Would the Minister like to apologise to the gentleman that wrote to me with cancer who couldn't keep his heating on for the winter of worry he put them through?
No, he won't. Well, I thank the honourable member for her question, and she raises an important point, which is particularly for those in need of healthcare, it is important they receive support, because it's not that we see higher levels of challenges of keeping the heating on amongst older generations, it's about the consequences of that, particularly in the kind of case that she has just raised. That's exactly why we do need to make sure that we are turning around the NHS, which all of our constituents, all the constituents of members in England are relying on. It's why we're seeing improvements to waiting times in Wales as well.
Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his leadership on this issue. If he's looking for examples of how to increase the uptake of pension credit, he's very welcome to visit my constituency, the work that Chai is doing with Gate 55 to maximise benefits. And if he comes along to one of their sessions with the Dove Centre, he can also get a warm meal and a game of bingo. But as a tight-fisted Scotsman, the 35,000 threshold is much more generous than I expected. Can you explain how you reached that value? Thank you.
It's an absolutely fair question, which is all means test thresholds do involve judgments, and I've been completely honest to this House about that. The judgment we have come to is that we want to see the vast majority of pensioners receiving it. We want to be absolutely sure that no lower income pensioners will miss out, and that is what has brought us to a 35,000 threshold, which also means those on higher incomes, the richest 20 or 25% of pensioners, won't receive the winter fuel payment.
James Wong.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister may be in denial, but this U-turn is a humiliation for the Chancellor, who claimed economic stability demanded taking money from vulnerable pensioners, and for all the Labour MPs who voted for it. And why didn't the government listen to those who campaigned against these cruel cuts and do so sooner? And will he now apologise to my constituents and those across the country who were cold this winter?
Well, this is the Chancellor that's brought stability back to the economy, brought growth back to the economy, brought wages growing once again, that's driving investment into our public services, which is going to rescue them, and driven up investment, public investment, which is crucial to showing that once again we're a country that can do the basics like building houses, filling in potholes and the rest.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When this policy was originally announced, I and members across this House, and indeed constituents of mine, all shared the same basic view. Means testing is fair, but the threshold was far, far too low. So I welcome the decision taken by the government today and the fact that they are listening. Over the last winter, working with the Citizens Advice Bureau in Hartlepool, we've secured over nearly £1 million of additional annual income for Hartlepool pensioners. Doesn't that show the work that needs to be done with all of those unclaimed benefits not going to the pensioners that need it?
Well, I absolutely want to congratulate my honourable friend on the work that others have been involved in Hartlepool. Driving up the take-up of all benefits, in fact, so people get the support that they are entitled to is really important in making sure that more poor households are able to eat, to heat their homes and to live a decent life.
Pete Wishart.
Speaker, I don't know where Scottish Labour MPs have been for the past 6 months, but the Scottish Government have already made it absolutely and abundantly clear that we will reintroduce a winter fuel payment, and we would have done this with or without their embarrassing, screeching U-turn. So here's another place where you could follow the Scottish Government, and that is on the two-child benefit cap. We vow to ensure that that will disappear in Scotland. Will he now make the same pledge across the UK?
Yeah. Well, the honourable member asks where Labour MPs, Scottish Labour MPs have been. I'll tell him, campaigning in Hamilton, making sure there's a Labour MSP, and that in a year's time there'll be a Labour government in Edinburgh once again.
Douglas McAllister. Noah Law.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Away from some of the consternation of this place, a glance at HM Treasury distributional analysis will reveal that the original decision to protect the most vulnerable, the budget that followed, the spring statement, and I hope the spending review too, have been some of the most progressive fiscal decisions we've seen in recent years. So will the Minister join me and the many wealthier pensioners in my constituencies who agree that this is absolutely the right decision to means test, it's the progressive decision and it's the Labour decision? Well, that is absolutely right, and I think every member around this House
will have heard from people on higher incomes who think it makes no sense at all that they're receiving hundreds of pounds from the government each year. And with these sensible decisions to means test, yes, at a higher threshold, we have brought that to an end.
Liz Jarvis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the government's cut to the winter fuel payment was estimated to have impacted 16,766 pensioners in my constituency of Eastleigh, so I welcome today's U-turn. Those affected include my constituent Chrissy, who was just above the threshold, and she now has the added fear that she will lose her PIP payments. Does the Minister understand why Chrissy is so angry and afraid?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. I've already discussed with her Honourable Member behind her this question about people just over the pension credit threshold. I do recognise that. I've obviously spoken to pensioners in that situation myself. As I said, we have listened, and that's why we put in place a much higher threshold. That means that Chrissy, if she was near to the pension credit threshold, will be receiving winter fuel payments this year.
Chris Fitz.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his statement, one which pensioners in Harlow will welcome. Fastest growth in the G7, 3 trade deals, 4 interest rate cuts. Is this the context in which the Minister feels we're able to provide more pension in Harlow with the winter fuel allowance?
Well, the Honourable Member, the representative for Harlow, always does a good job of representing it, but also remembering the economic progress that is being made. And if anyone didn't hear what he was just saying, he was just talking about rising growth, rising wages, interest rates falling, a country back on the path to success.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Almost £85,000 was paid out by Dorset Community Foundation in their Surviving Winter campaign, including many in my constituency of Mid Dorset and Northern Pool. But they've noticed that many more people are relying on oak and liquefied gas, especially those in park homes and rural areas. So what is he doing with his colleagues in Cabinet to push down the price of power for those who don't have choice?
Well, I thank her for that question. It also gives me an important opportunity to praise the work being done by all kinds of charities, in some cases by supporting pension credit uptake, but in some cases, in the case of better funded foundations, actually providing direct support to pensioners, and that is all very welcome indeed. She's absolutely right to raise the question about wider sources of energy, but of course the winter fuel payment is a cash benefit that's able to be used for all kinds of energy.
Chris MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The decision to restore the winter fuel payment to those earning under £35,000 a year is the right decision. And can I thank the Minister and his predecessor for the way that they constructively engage with the representations from my constituents in Stockton, Billingham and Norton over this threshold issue. But does he agree with my constituent who wrote to me and said the winter fuel payment, whilst welcome, is not a silver bullet? And this government's commitment to the triple lock stands in stark contrast to the previous Conservative government's breaking of the triple lock in 2022, which is still costing my constituents hundreds of pounds a year.
Well, I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and he's right to say that we should focus on the big changes that we are making to support pensions, and the big ones in England are rescuing the NHS and raising the basic and the new state pension.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement to have the threshold raised to 35,000. It means that many will now qualify, and we thank him for that. So I very much welcome the decision to give winter fuel payment back to pensioners. On behalf and for all of those pensioners who have struggled for the last 10 months, will they receive a back pay from government to pay back the credit cards or the loans that they had to take out in order to make it through the last winter, bearing in mind that the cold winter over these last few weeks as well has meant that people are still having to turn their heating on and therefore racking up even more costs? Thank you.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. What we've been doing is to make sure there was support over the course of the last winter, and we've been making action on that, and you'll have seen the increase in the state pension that happened just at the beginning of April, including to many of his constituents. In future, obviously, the question for the Northern Ireland Executive is how they wish to handle, but under a principle of parity, we would say the same change in Northern Ireland, so his constituents do receive winter fuel payment this winter.
Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I represent over 20,000 pensioners in Plymouth. That's more than a quarter of the people I represent. Hundreds of conversations over the last year. People understand that the winter fuel payment should not have been given out to everyone in society. The richest in society don't need it. And I warmly welcome this policy today announced by the Minister. Can he confirm what are the economic measures that this government have taken that have allowed us now to make this change?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. We've moved from competing over temperatures to competing over volume of pensioners, but both are important. The point he makes, I think, will echo with lots of members around this House who've had similar conversations with pensioner constituents who are, if they're on a higher income, don't think it makes sense for them to be receiving hundreds of pounds from the government every year, and they won't be in future. But the vast majority of pensioners, as I say, over 3/4, will be receiving extra support this winter because of the decision we have announced today.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Minister agree that it is strong economic foundations that this government has been building, which has enabled us to provide the extra support to pensioners and working people, and that as the economy continues to grow, we must focus ever more political attention and resources on the younger generation, particularly people starting their careers, and perhaps one day they may have a triple lock?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. He raises a really important point, which is as economic growth returns, as it has over the course of recent months, what matters is that that growth feeds through to rising living standards, and that it feeds through to rising living standards, particularly for poorer and middle-income households. And we need to be honest about this. The reason why wages did not grow under the last government is because growth was not there, and that is exactly what we need to make sure never happens again.
Final question, Lindsay Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents in Amber Valley are people of common sense, so they tell me that they don't think millionaires should get the winter fuel allowance. However, they did feel that the threshold was too low, so no doubt they will welcome today's announcement. But after 14 years of being let down by the Conservatives, they are wary of government announcements. So can the Minister reassure my constituents that support for pensioners by way of the triple lock, pension credit and NHS investment will remain?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question, and she's absolutely right that faith in the system has been strained by the failure of the last 14 years, an economic failure, public service failure, failure of basic behaviour in politics, and that is what we need to turn around. But what she can say to her constituents is that wages are growing, pensions are rising, waiting lists are falling, Britain is back.
That's the end of the statement, and I'll allow the front benches a moment to shuffle over. We are now on the Planning and Infrastructure Bill. Programme motion, Minister to move. The question is the Planning and Infrastructure Bill, programme number 2 motion, as on the order paper. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Planning and Infrastructure Bill as amended in Public Bill Committee to be considered.
Now.
Right. We will begin with Government New Clause 69, with which it will be convenient to consider other new clauses and amendments as listed on the selection paper for day 1. I call the Minister to move New Clause 69. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a real pleasure to bring this landmark bill back to the House this afternoon for its report stage. Let me begin by thanking honourable members on both sides of the chamber for their engagement with it over recent months. In particular, can I thank the honourable members for Hamble Valley, Ruislip Northwood and Pinner, Broxbourne, Taunton and Wellington, Didcot and Wantage and North Herefordshire, as well as honourable friends on these benches for their considered line-by-line scrutiny of the bill in committee. Madam Deputy Speaker, over the past 11 months, the Government has acted decisively to restore economic stability, increase investment and reform our economy to drive up productivity, prosperity and living standards in every part of the country. To build the homes and critical infrastructure we need, we've already delivered the most significant reforms to our planning system in a generation, including the publication of a revised pro-growth national planning policy framework that the Office for Budget Responsibility concluded will permanently increase the level of our real GDP by 0.02% by 2029-30, the equivalent of £6.8 billion in today's prices. We make further progress on our Plan for Change mission of rebuilding Britain and kick-starting economic growth this week by progressing this critical legislation. The Planning and Infrastructure Bill will speed up and streamline the delivery of new homes and critical infrastructure, helping us to achieve our ambitious milestones of building 1.5 million safe and decent homes in England and making planning decisions on at least 150 major economic infrastructure projects in this Parliament, as well as supporting our Clean Power 2030 target by ensuring that essential clean energy projects are built as quickly as possible. I will give way.
Minister, I declare an interest as a member of the Ulster Farmers Union. The mother body of that is the National Farmers Union. Others will comment on it, but just to say this, they have told me that they're very concerned about losing their farmland for the use of houses. Is it not the policy, or should it not be the policy of the Minister and of Government to ensure that brownfield sites are used first? And if they're used first, then the opportunity for farmers to retain their land, to produce the food, which is very, very important. And does the Minister feel that there must be balance in what's put forward tonight, the balance to ensure that that happens? Thank you.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that intervention. He knows I have great affection for him. He tempts me into a debate that doesn't directly relate to this bill, but I can tell him the following. It is the government's position that we have brownfield first when it comes to development. He knows that we strengthen the National Planning Policy Framework to give greater weight to brownfield release. We've consulted on a brownfield passport to ensure that bringing forward previously developed land becomes the default and that people get a yes in those circumstances. And when it comes to agricultural land, very strong protections already exist. They remain in force in terms of what is in the NPPF. I'll give way briefly and then I'm going to make some progress.
Way on that point. When he says agricultural protections are very strong, that simply isn't true, is it? Because in the new NPF this government brought in after being elected, they removed the important clause that explicitly protected land used in food production.
That's right. Well, I slightly take issue with his interpretation. We did make very targeted changes, but the strong protections that apply to agricultural land exist. He knows they're in force. I've spoken to him before about the fact that in particular parts of the country, we are seeing high numbers of applications for things like, for example, solar farms. But as I've said to him before, even under the most optimistic scenarios, only less than 1% of agricultural land will be brought forward for solar farm applications, and those protections remain in place, so we're confident that that is robust. I'm going to take this one last intervention because these are not matters relating to the bill, and then I want to move on.
This does relate directly to the bill. Not only does it relate directly to the bill, but there are dozens of amendments, all relating to this one single issue. The fact of the matter is, under the proposals as they stand, we are going to lose vast swathes of prime agricultural land because planning consent will effectively be driven straight through. And that is simply not satisfactory.
Well said.
Well, I don't know if the honourable gentleman heard the point I've just made. Even under the most optimistic scenarios, less than 1% of agricultural land will be turned over to solar farm use. And I think some of the hyperbole that has been associated with the issue over recent months is unwarranted. But can I just say to the honourable gentleman very directly, because I do want to move on and speak to the bill. These are matters that relate to the National Planning Policy Framework rather than any proposals that are in this piece of legislation. I'm more than happy to sit down with him and talk about them outside of the context of this debate, but I do want to make some progress now. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've made a number of improvements to the bill in committee to ensure that it will operate as intended and that its expected benefits are fully realised. In many cases, the changes made were a direct result of constructive feedback from key stakeholders and parliamentarians. The result is the stronger and more impactful bill that is before us this afternoon. I want to briefly outline the more substantive of the changes made to the bill in committee, including in relation to nationally significant infrastructure projects, statutory consultee funding and the Nature Restoration Fund, before turning to further amendments that the Government tabled last week. Let me begin with the improvements made to the consenting process for critical infrastructure.
Will you give way?
I will give way.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way, and I thank him for the very open way he has approached this process so far. He's absolutely right that the government have made a number of changes and concessions, many positive ones, over the course of the committee stage. But he'll also be aware that there are many stakeholders who do remain concerned about the impact of the bill as it currently stands on nature. Can he just tell us, as we go forward through the passage of the bill, whether he is minded to continue to listen to those representations from those people who are absolutely behind him on his growth mission, but also want to make sure that one of the most nature-depleted nations on the planet doesn't see further loss of natural habitat.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. He and I spoke just days ago about this issue, and we are, of course, more than happy to continue to engage and listen to the views put forward to us by honourable members from across the House, as well as organisations outside NIFI. Will allow me to make a little progress. I'll come on and deal specifically with the Nature Restoration Fund in fairly short order. But beginning, as I said, with improvements made to the consenting process for critical infrastructure. As set out in the written ministerial statement I made on the 23rd of April, the Government has removed the overly prescriptive and burdensome statutory consultation requirements for major economic infrastructure projects that were unique to the NSIP system established by the Planning Act 2008. Over this Parliament, this change could result in a cost saving of over £1 billion across the pipeline of projects. By speeding up delivery, increasing capacity and reducing constraint costs, it will also contribute to lower household bills. We decided, Madam Deputy Speaker, to proceed with the change because of the considerable evidence attesting to the fact that the statutory requirements in place are driving perverse outcomes. Rather than providing a means by which engagement drives better outcomes, statutory pre-application procedures have become a tick-box exercise that encourages risk aversion and gold plating. The result is consultation fatigue and confusion for communities, longer, more technical and less accessible documentation, and an arrangement that actively disincentivises improvements to applications, even if these are in a local community's interest, because applicants worry this will require a further repeat consultation. In removing the statutory requirement to consult as part of the pre-application stage for NSIP applications and bringing requirements closer in line with other planning regimes, the Government is not downgrading the importance of high qualities relating to the nationally significant infrastructure project regime, including amending the bill to ensure promoters can gain access to land to carry out surveys assessing its condition and status and inform environmental impact assessments, and to make the process for post-consent changes to development consent orders more proportionate to the change requested. Over to you.
I thank the Minister for giving way. My inbox is full of residents of Harlow who can't get on the housing ladder, who can't get a home, and they find that actually the planning framework as it is just takes too long to actually get houses built. Will this bill, it was part of the reason that this bill has come, or the main reason this bill has come to House today, is to ensure that we actually speed up this process and get people the homes they need.
Well, my honourable friend is right. The bill does streamline the delivery of new homes and critical infrastructure. The changes I've just referred to relate to the regime for nationally significant infrastructure projects, so big clean energy projects, water reservoirs, etc., not homes. But other changes in the bill do support a more streamlined local planning process. Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to other important changes made to the bill in committee. I'm going to make some progress, actually, because I know a lot of honourable members want to get in, and I've got lots of points I need to make before I can bring others in. Turning to other important changes made to the bill in committee. To support our grid connections queue reforms, we introduced a small set of amendments to ensure that the relevant clauses operate as intended and that they support us to move from a first-come, first-served to a first-ready, first-needed, first-connected approach. And to help address the lack of capacity and resources within statutory consultees, we've introduced a new sustainable funding model for the statutory consultee system. The new surcharge that will be able to be applied to planning application fees will be used to fund bodies, including statutory consultees, that provide advice and ancillary to support that enables good decision making. Alongside the localisation of planning fees provided for by Clause 47, the new surcharge will allow us to address capacity and resourcing issues and support a faster and better quality decision making process. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have made changes to the Nature Restoration Fund. Now, before I detail the various improvements made, let me take this opportunity to remind the House why Part 3 of the bill is so important. Put simply, when it comes to development and nature, the status quo is not working. It is not working for development because constraints like the requirements for nutrient neutrality and sensitive river catchments are stifling the building of new homes and infrastructure. And equally importantly, it is not working for nature because the need to meet environmental obligations on the basis of site-by-site assessments and interventions all too often does little to drive the recovery and restoration of our protected sites and species. I will give way.
Minister for giving way, but is he not concerned that he's lost the audience as far as wildlife organisations are concerned? The Wildlife Trust are saying that they are offended that government ministers portray nature as a blocker to development rather than as something which actually enhances life and indeed enhances the economy. And indeed, they are now asking for the scrapping of Part 3 of this bill. Yeah.
Well, let me come on to address that particular call that I know is being made. But what I would say in general terms is that what this bill aims for, and what I have always focused on, is a win-win for development and the environment. And we had extremely productive engagement with ENGOs in the development of the bill, and we continue to have fruitful conversations with them, aside from the campaigns that are, I know, being fought out there in the country and in some of the national media. Now, while critics of this part of the bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, may be content to maintain that suboptimal status quo, in full knowledge of the fact that it is frustrating the building of new homes and failing to drive the restoration of nature, this government is not. And to those who believe this government might buckle and scrap Part 3 of the bill entirely, I simply say, you have underestimated the resolve of this government and this minister. The case for moving to a more strategic approach that will allow us to use funding from development to deliver environmental improvements at a scale that will have the greatest impact in terms of driving the recovery of protected sites and species is compelling. That is why so many organisations indicated their in-principle support for the purpose and intent of Part 3 when the bill was first introduced. As Becky Spate, the chief, I just want to make some progress here and make this point. As Becky Spate, the chief executive of RSPB, put it at the time, and I quote, "With bold leadership, collaboration, and smart planning through initiatives like the Nature Restoration Fund, we can build a future where nature, climate, people and the economy thrive together." I will give way to my honourable friend.
Thank the Minister for giving way, and can I welcome the enhanced environmental protections in the Nature Restoration Fund. My constituency of Bournemouth West has some really unique heathland habitats, many of which are protected by SSSIs. They hold deep value to the local community. So can the Minister reassure me that these unique habitats will be protected as well under this bill?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. I think we have to make a distinction, I think honourable members know this, between irreplaceable habitats, where this model does not remove the strong protections that exist for them, such as ancient woodland in the National Planning Policy Framework, and habitats where Natural England will be allowed to take a view as to whether conservation measures that apply to them meet the overall improvement test in the bill, and any intervention in those circumstances will be driven by what is in the environmental best interests of the relevant feature. So there are protections in place that I think address her concerns. But in recent weeks, Madam Deputy Speaker, there has been a not inconsiderable amount of spurious commentary attempting to convey a false impression. I won't give way, I'm going to make some progress, thank you. Attempting to convey a false impression of what the Nature Restoration Fund does. I'll give way in due course if she'll let me develop my argument a little, and then I'm more than happy to give way to her. And as such, Madam Deputy Speaker, I feel obliged to tackle a number of the most flagrant misconceptions head on. First, some have claimed that, driven by a belief that development must come at the expense of the environment, the government is creating a licence for developers to pay to pollute, a cash-to-trash model, as some have dubbed it. In reality, the Nature Restoration Fund will do the precise opposite. I have been consistently clear that building new homes and critical infrastructure should not and need not come at the expense of the environment. It is plainly nonsense, Madam Deputy Speaker, to suggest the Nature Restoration Fund would allow developers to simply pay government and then wantonly harm nature. Instead, it takes payments from developers and hands them to Natural England, a public body with regulatory duties to conserve and enhance our natural environment, to develop environmental delivery plans setting out how various conservation measures will not only address the impact of development, but go further to demonstrate how they will improve the conservation status of the environmental feature. I will give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and he's making a very strong case for the legislation that he's worked very hard on. But will he accept that a vast area within the Bill Committee that we both served on actually spoke to many people's concerns about the ability of Natural England to undertake the duties that he is asking, and he was unable to give us an answer on extra funding that may be needed for that to happen. Can he elaborate on that today?
I think the Shadow Minister's memory is somewhat different to mine, because I did provide those assurances. We've already allocated 14 million in the budget to support the delivery of the Nature Restoration Fund, and we will move through the bill to a system of full cost recovery so that Natural England has the resources it needs to carry out these functions. No, I'm going to make some progress. There are lots of members. I will come in 1 second if you will let me finish the argument that I'm trying to develop just in terms of taking on those misconceptions. Because we've been perfectly clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this new approach is not a means of making unacceptable development acceptable, which is why the bill gives Natural England the ability to request planning conditions to ensure that appropriate actions are taken by developers as part of using an EDP. At this point, I'm more than happy to give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Minister warmly for giving way at this point. The Minister dismissed spurious criticism of the problems with Part 3 of this bill. Would he use that phrase to dismiss the very expert criticism of the Office for Environmental Protection, which, in complete contrast to the claim of the Secretary of State, who said that this bill does not reduce environmental protections, the OEP itself, in its independent expert advice, says that it does. This bill constitutes a regression on environmental protection.
Well, the very simple answer is no, I wouldn't characterise the OEP's advice as spurious, but I am characterising some of the arguments that have been made over recent days and weeks as spurious arguments. The OEP are not saying, for example, that what we have here is a cash-to-trash model, but some people out there in the public discourse are making that claim, and I think it's I'm not going to give way again. I think it is an argument that we do have to make to take on the critics of this bill, I think, who are intentionally trying to malign the objectives of what... I'm not going to give way. I've just been very clear, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not going to give way again. I want to make some progress. She's more than happy to have a second go at an intervention in due course, and I know she'll be speaking and putting her views forward. But it is the government's view that the bill is not regressive. Environmental delivery plans, as I've said, will secure improved environmental outcomes that go further than simply offsetting harm as required under current legislation. But we're, of course, as she knows, and we had extensive debates on this committee, giving very serious consideration to the OEP's technical advice as to how we might strengthen the bill in various areas. Madam Deputy Speaker, another claim put forward has been that the bill strips protections from our protected sites and species, allowing for untrammelled development across the country. Again, I'm afraid this amounts to nothing less than wanton misrepresentation. The very strong protections for important sites set out in national planning policy are untouched by this legislation, and it is only when an EDP is in place, following consultation and approval by the Secretary of State, that developers can avail themselves of it to discharge the relevant obligation. Just in the same way the developer can only build once they've met existing requirements, development supported by the Nature Restoration Fund will only be able to come forward when there is a credible and robust EDP in place that will deliver better environmental outcomes. Now, my honourable friend and chair of the Environmental Audit Committee, member for Chesterfield, has rightly flagged the importance of these plans relying on robust scientific evidence, which is why they will only ever be put in place where they can be shown to deliver better environmental outcomes. And finally, there's been a suggestion by some that the new approach provided for by the bill would allow for the destruction of irreplaceable habitats or of irrecoverable harm. Again, this is patently false. Not only do existing protections for irreplaceable habitats remain in place, but the overall improvement test, as at clause 59, simply could not be met if an EDP proposed to allow irrecoverable harm. Natural England would not propose such measures, and the Secretary of State could not sign them off if she did. And if any Secretary of State signed them off, they would be open to judicial review on the basis of that decision. In short, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Nature Restoration Fund will do exactly as its name suggests. It will restore, not harm, nature. It is a smart planning reform designed to unlock and accelerate housing and infrastructure delivery while improving the state of nature across the country. By shifting to a strategic approach, leveraging economies of scale and reducing the need for costly project-level assessments, it will deliver a win-win for development and the environment. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, while the government has no time for spurious and misleading attacks on the Nature Restoration Fund, I am acutely conscious, I'll just make this point if the Honourable Lady will allow me, I am acutely conscious of the views expressed both within and beyond this House from those who are supportive of the purpose and intent of Part 3 and who are not calling for it to be scrapped, but who are not yet convinced that the safeguards within it are sufficiently robust, or that there is the required certainty that it will deliver in practice the potential environmental benefits it offers. If the Honourable Lady wants to come in, I'm more than happy to give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for giving way. I find it quite remarkable that he repeatedly accused the over 30 leading environmental groups, including the RSPB, who have described this as a cash-to-trash model, as making spurious remarks, given that he quoted the Chief Executive of the RSPB, Becky Spate, to try and shore up his own argument, when in fact the quote he took was from a much earlier comment before the committee debate, and she has more recently said, "The evidence clearly shows nature isn't a blocker to growth. The government has identified the wrong obstacle to the problem it's trying to overcome, with no possibility for improving, I paraphrase slightly, through amendments. The complete removal of Part 3 of the bill is the only responsible option left."
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for that intervention. It's for the Chief Executive of the RSPB to justify why she has changed her view on the bill. When the bill hasn't changed, if anything, as I'll come on to explain, Madam Deputy Speaker, quite a lot of amendments the government made, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that I need to address in my opening, if that's possible.
Is seated for a moment. It's an extensive speaking list, extensive. So I hope the Minister is coming to a conclusion shortly.
It wasn't, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I feel I need to get through some important changes the government has made and the government amendments that we have done. But I won't, on that basis of your stricture, take any more interventions. But the bill hasn't changed. If anything, it has been strengthened in committee in the ways I'll come on to expect. But in seeking to assuage what are entirely reasonable questions in respect of an approach which is novel, we've already made some targeted improvements to Part 3 at committee stage. These include requiring environmental delivery plans to demonstrate how conservation measures will be maintained and over what period, strengthening the overall improvement test by clarifying that the Secretary of State must be satisfied that it will be passed by the end date of the environmental delivery plan, clarifying that the negative effect the Secretary of State must consider relates to the maximum amount of development covered by the environmental delivery plan, ensuring that Natural England has sufficient powers of entry, used only where absolutely necessary to survey or investigate land, alongside appropriate constraints including notice requirements, and introducing further protections in respect of Natural England's use of compulsory purchase powers. These changes significantly strengthen the Nature Restoration Fund, and I hope will be welcomed across the House. However, as I was at pains to make clear in committee, Madam Deputy Speaker, and will more than happily restate once again today, I continue to reflect on the reasonable points made by honourable members and the advice of the Office for Environmental Protection with a view to deliberating on what more might be done to ensure everyone is confident that the outcomes for nature provided for by this part of the bill will be positive. For the purposes of clarity, this includes giving serious consideration to ways in which we might instil further confidence in respect of the rigour of the overall improvement test, provide for greater certainty in respect of the delivery of EDPs, and ensure there is more clarity about the evidential basis and environmental rationale for strategic network-level conservation measures. As we do so, I want to put on record my thanks to all those who continue to engage constructively with the government with a view to providing reassurance that the Nature Restoration Fund will operate as intended. I will, as ever, listen carefully to the contributions made by honourable members in respect of Part 3, and I look forward to a constructive debate on these clauses. Madam Deputy Speaker, at committee stage, we discussed the need to do more to rapidly increase the coverage of swift bricks across the country as an important means of arresting the long-term decline of breeding swift populations. And I intend to cover some of the way forward that the government intends to take forward in responding to the debate. But before I close, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do feel I must turn to a number of substantive amendments that the government is proposing to the bill today, starting with a further change to the NSIP regime. We've already included an ambitious package of reforms in this bill that will deliver a faster and more certain consenting process for critical infrastructure. And as part of our mission to speed up the process overall, it is critical that examinations are focused, efficient, and examining authorities continue to report to the Secretary of State within the regime's statutory timeframes. Following feedback from stakeholders and a review of recent examinations, we are making this amendment with a view to reinforcing best practice in examinations already adopted by some examining authorities. At the start of the examination process, examining authorities are required to make an initial assessment of the principal issues for each application, or IAPI for short. These detail the key matters specific to an application. Although the Planning Act currently requires that initial assessment of the principal issues is made at the start of the examination, there is no requirement for it to be used for or to influence anything in the subsequent examination process. We believe this initial assessment stage could be working harder to set the foundations for effective and streamlined examinations. That is why we are amending the bill to ensure that the initial assessment of principal issues is a meaningful step that ensures more focused examinations can occur. Through this amendment, examining authorities will now be required to make procedural decisions about how they intend to examine an application in light of their IAP. This will support their ability to ensure that examinations are focused, with time prioritised on the issues which are most critical to the project, as set out in the IAP. This change will also give more certainty upfront to all those involved in examinations, so they have more clarity about what to expect during the examination process. Turning next to an important proposed change relating to transport infrastructure. As honourable members will be aware, the bill contains important reforms to the Highways Act 1980 and the Transport and Works Act 1992. These will streamline and improve the efficiency of delivering road infrastructure schemes and make sure processes within the Highways Act 1980 regime are fit for purpose